Recorded live.
Black Power, Baby 48, Mount Hotel, Broken the Feet on the Ground Radio, it's your brother Born. Think Tank Thursday, we come to get it in. You know, we're going to drop a little bit of information on the family, do some assessment. Before we get into that, we want to say praise Nat Turner, glory to Garvey, and long live the spirit of Dr. Khalid Abdul-Mahab. Praise Harriet Tubman, glory to Ida B. Wells, and long spirit of Sister Fannie Lou Hamer. Baby 48. It's Think Tank Thursday tonight. You know, family, we're going to do an assessment of the weather. We're going to do an assessment of some of the weather patterns going on around the country, give it an African assessment, put it on our African perspective and African view on what's happening out here. You know how we do. Make sure that we keep it nice, tight, and right for the family tonight. Do our thing properly. It's a family conversation, so come on in. Come get it, come be a part of the conversation. Get on in here. Do what you got to do. Let's see here, get the chat room open, get everything right. And pardon me, family, for the delay. I got in here a little bit late. Pardon me. You know what I'm saying? Had a couple things going on. I got, some people's around and everything. So I had a couple of things that distractions. So I'm dealing with family at the same time right now. But we here to make sure we keep this thing rocking and keep it moving. Consistency is the key. Gotta stay consistent. That's it for the message to get through. So let me see here. What was I trying to do here? I want to open this chat room up. Put that up. Get this rocking. We know we out here. We live on the set right now. Live on the set. So we get the rest of the family in here. Get our co-hosts in here. And we can definitely begin rocking off real nice. But I want to drop something on y'all too, because we getting, we part of the media, we part of the African media, and being part of this African media over here in this United States, you know what I mean? Being a part of this African media, we have to also speak on what's going on in certain parts of the African community. In all parts of the African community, actually, certain parts we choose not to really deal with so much because we don't like so much of the entertainment that goes on in a certain sector that's been dubbed the conscious community. But the conscious community is something that's working right now in a mannerism of I really don't understand what's going on because in the conscious community you have religious ideologues, you have pedantic readers, and you have proclaimed scientists. You understand? So you have a lot of different people inside of this mix. Scientists are more on the atheistic side. Some are pantheists, as I've heard them say. And so, with this being said, there's a situation where any information that is not qualified through the Euroschism of academia is, or if there is any questions, if you're questioning science, questioning the European understanding of what they're seeing, questioning their assessment of what they are witnessing, their observation, questioning not what they observe, but how they how they take it in and they give it back out to us. You feel me? So this is one of the problems that we have, and we're going to stay with this problem. This has got to be always a problem on the forefront. Anytime dealing with white academia or dealing with white people in general, is because we live in a system of racism, white supremacy. So we live in this system. We got to know that the people who are in the system are inculcated with that ideology. So with inside of that ideology, you know, we got a lot of different things that cause problems within inside the psyche of the African people. You know what I mean? So we have a situation set up now in what we call the conscious community, where you have anyone who speaks outside of the guidelines or question anything within inside of the guidelines of Scholastic curriculum is being either not to, you know, as they would say, not to believe in science, which they turn where these are people who are supposed to be the learned and should know what are scientific things and what works and what does not work, but they will project off that you don't believe in science, and they project this onto you because they're the ones who have to have belief in order to just go by these academic assessments of scientific principles and process. So us as Africans, we have to take our time with assessing all literature, even be it by an African, because we know that we have been indoctrinated with inside of this system. So we know that a lot of information that will be given in curricular form or given this stamp of approval will be information that for the majority part will go along with the empirical system. Anything that does not go along with the empirical system is said to be their favorite word is pseudo. It's the favorite word that they use. Anytime you're doing something that they don't like, it's pseudo. Anytime you question, then you must be dealing. Anytime you find a work by accredited scientists, but non-confirmed by the community, then that's, you know, what they should be thrown away, you know. But these same people do not throw away our master teachers. You know what I always question the person who can use a certain criteria for one thing, but don't want to use it all the time. So when we looking at what is the criteria for assessing information or looking to new information and things of that nature? The master teachers say you're supposed to look for the radicals. Look for the ones who just really ain't talking the same way as the other ones. Not because they might be, you know, you just want to have opposing views also to any subject. You do not want to look at a subject and have everybody go along with it at once. That is not something you want to do. Not me personally, anyway. You need to see opposing views. And so that's my problem with what's going on right now, is that people just, you know, I'm getting calls from folks, you know what I mean, and they, you know, they talking real ridiculous and out of line. So we're gonna get them all correct and get this thing right. So be looking forward to it. Because I know you're out there. I know you're out there. Be strong. I know you're out there. I can smell you. But with that being said, listen, don't let nobody tell you that you don't have a right to question this shit. Don't let nobody tell you don't got no right to question this stuff, man. You got all right, man. You're African, man. Question anything if I can tell you, man. Fuck that. Fuck what they say. Fuck what they talking about. Oh, don't question me. Don't question me. Fuck that. And you know what I mean? And you question me because that's the right thing to do. Because you should be inquisitive, because we've been in a situation for all this time that you should ask questions before you do anything. Look, are we going where? How long? And when the fuck we coming back? I mean, always should be open question or information given to you like that. You understand? That's just real. That's just reality. That's just reality. Well, with that being said, what's going on out there, family? Black Power. See, for me out there, I don't know. Come on. My co-host said they coming in slow. My co-host coming in slow tonight. Coming in slow. Yeah. What my family at? What my family got? All that family. See what's going on here today. We're gonna get this thing together. There are some articles in here. We'll pull them. We'll play for the articles. Put these in the chat room real fast. Listen, we do not condone religious fuckery and none of that. But the observation is solid. See, this is what we're talking about right here. I mean, put that in right here. That's what I'm talking about right here. The observation is solid. For me, they really observing what they observe, but it's the assessment of what they're observing that ain't no good. You know what I'm saying? Because they put this all on grand sheet. I don't know if y'all get that. I see a couple people in the chat room right now. Y'all getting that article thing? Y'all let me know because somebody typed in there something. That, I don't know if that article's popping up. I'm not seeing it on my computer. Man. I don't know if it's popping up or not. Let me see if I go to back up. I'll put this in here and see. Get this right. So hopefully I can get the article. Thank you. Hopefully we can get the article thing here. For some reason I can't get it. I can't find it at all. Can't find it at all. Well, the articles basically surrounding, a lot of the different wild weather that's going on, a lot of, the different patterns of the animals washing up on shores, things of that nature, seals washing up on shores, not only seals, whales, gangs of mussels, whole lakes, all the fish dying, thousands of fish die at one time. It's an array of what will be assessed as natural disasters, but that are going on strong all over the place. Let's see what else is in some of the weather patterns, weather fronts, weather storms. Even here in the United States, down here on the eastern seaboard, on the western seaboard, we had in California, we had two separate types of wild weather patterns going at one time, where we had what they would call the nor'easter, where it was just, several feet of snow dumped into the eastern seaboard. At the same time, the western seaboard was getting a record amount of rain at the same time. And, you would see these big off-weather patterns as we're just coming around on this time, we have to assess whether or not they're off or whether they're in tune with the recleansing of the planet. Like in a lot of places, a lot of these things are happening in places where there's just a lot of Asians at, whatever Asian you want to call them. Euro-Asian, Indo-Asian, Caucasus Asian, regular Asian, Asian, Asiatic, whatever you want to call them. Things are definitely happening in their part of the world. Let me see here. Black Power, Sister Camille, that's you?
Black Power King, a BB Fahodier to the family.
BB Fahodier, what's going on tonight, Queen?
I got caught up in the chat room, and it's a delay, so I had the phone on mute, and then I heard you, so I'm like, shit, let me make my presence known.
Oh, no doubt. That's what I was saying. I was like, God, I think she out there, but I said, I don't know. I just now, trying to get the chat room back open. I see the wave, family coming on there. But, like I said, we just talking about the weather patterns. But, early with Black Power, who's that out there?
Oh, what's going on, Born Black African Power? Yo, you funny. How you doing, Queen? How you doing?
Black Power King.
Black Power. And how am I? You come right on laughing and what the hell is so funny here?
Because watch this, man. Listen, it just confused. Now, let me get this straight, yo. This is one of my favorite shows, yo, and I support y'all 100%. And if anybody try to get at y'all know y'all call me first, and we're gonna battle together. Cause y'all African Senate, man. I love y'all for that, yo. But when it comes down to that one issue of evolution, yo, I emphatically disagree with y'all 1,000,000% on that. So we friends, but that one issue we don't agree on, and you know it. But here's my contention. If you're gonna deal with weather patterns, then you have to deal with the science of weather. You got a whole science dealing with that.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, that's one of the sciences that help prove evolution. They use that. They use topography, study of the earth. They use weather and all that, right? That actually deals with evolution. It's one of the mechanisms that helps scientists understand how environmental pressures, weather and all that, right, affects living organisms on the earth. So being human being is, biologically speaking, is a living organism. Then we are affected by weather patterns, weather, topography, forests, all that stuff affects the living organisms. Not unless you try to separate the living organism, which is human, from the rest of the living organisms, which I don't think nobody can really do, and I think people try it. But we're a living organism. That's what it all boils down to. With DNA, like everything else. And the way everything else is affected, the human beings are affected. So that's, that's just my point of contention, man.
All right. And I hear that clearly. And now, I like to raise you one.
Raise
Because
me one.
this is my contention. My contention is not the observation of the science. My contention is interpretation of what is being observed. So, with my own African mind, I must look at the observation also. We can take a simple example as rain and thunder. We can see what is happening. We can see the clouds forming. We can see the darkening of the sky before the rain comes, and we can see the rain coming down. So we got a pretty good understanding of that part. Now, the interpretation of what's happening, even though we all observe it, some people interpret that as God created them clouds. God was bowling. God beating his wife. That's what was happening. God was beating his wife crying. That's why it's raining so hard. I heard God was bowling. Listen, I've heard that when you hear thunder, that's God bowling. You understand? That's how some people interpret that. Now, me, with my African interpretation, I'm not saying, no, that can't be no God up there bowling. No. That got to be something different. I can understand the minutes I can see when I'm evaporating water in the pot. I say, hold up, this doesn't evaporate. And I can start to understand how maybe the water in the sea do the same thing from the heat from the sun. Then I can interpret that a little different than a person who interprets it through a different mind state, through a mind state of racism and white supremacy. So with my African mind state, I have a contention with the understanding of, I have a contention with the evolutionary theory. I understand what evolution is, but I have contention with the evolutionary theory, which is a totally different thing, because the evolutionary theory states within inside of it that you must have things that are abiogenesis. You must have non-living matter must be in a situation, has been in the situation, right, that on its own by some type of miracle, which would be a miracle, and some type of miracle which is in the 10 to the maybe 300 power, you feel me? This type of thing goes on. Whereas 1 to 10 and 300 power chance of happening, it happens. Boom, with non-living matter, it creates living matter, something that is unobservable in the science world today. They cannot even observe that in the science world today with all the things that they do. The only time that they've seen something that came close to getting it, they still had to make it happen. So that means that it's not like spontaneous or it wasn't just some event that happened. So I have a problem with that part right there. Now, and the real reason that I start to have a problem with that part is because I had a problem with the hominid. We come from apes, and we part great ape. And then I start to look through that, and I say, no. This right here does not work for me because it takes me away from my African mind state. My African ancestors never have I heard of these stories that we come from an ape, where once upon a time been another animal, there once upon a time been another animal, there once upon a time been another animal, there was another animal, there was another animal, and then a long, long time ago we was some other thing. I've never heard tell of that. Then on top of that, I start to say, all right, now I'm only listening to what the ancestors are saying. So then, since I don't see none of that, and they ain't said none of that, now I'm going to look at the science. So I have to look into what we would call fossil records. Now I look at the fossil records, and I see fossil records with great contention. Some fossil records putting Africans back millions of years, 3 million years, Africans, anatomically correct humans. You know, this is what the white man call it because he won't say African. He says anatomically correct humans are going back that far. So I'm saying, all right, then that steals the line for these other alleged creatures because they allegedly were the ancestors to what we are. So if we were then there at that time or before, there may be something wrong in the fossil record to show that. Then I have to look for another thing. I have to look for transitional species. And not one or two. I don't need one or two transitional species. I need millions of them. And I need millions and millions of them. Because we have to understand that these are species. So we need to see millions of them like we see millions of other species. Or thousands of them at least. Like we see thousands of other species, fossils and bones and stuff. We can find that this is where they was at and this is this, that, and the third. So I have to go into that. So I see that maybe they don't know what the hell they're talking about. To hold up, the cracker don't know what the hell he's talking about. Now, I might not know it all correct. I might not have mine right now because I ain't had enough time studying this thing. But I know damn well from the evidence he got, he know that he don't know what the hell he's talking about. He know that this right here is just what we already got laid out. And this is how it's laid out. So all data that goes against this data is pseudo, crazy. You got to be wild. But then I go to my answer. Again, I go to the works of Sheikh Gadget John. I go to Dr. Ben. I go to Dr. John Henry Clark. And they telling me that, look, man, you got to be wary of these crackers here. You need to look at the radicals, the ones who they don't like. Always look at objective information. Look at the ones that they don't like. The ones that get, all of a sudden they was good, they was accredited, then all of a sudden they came up with something that they didn't like, and all of a sudden they can never get work again. Look at these people. Find the people who get kicked out. Don't never get to have work no more after they come up with a fine. Start to read what the hell they talking about. It seems like this is not working. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know where we came from like we don't know. You know what I mean? Just that shit right there. They don't know where we came from like we don't know, man. You know, and I'd rather go with that we're a divine being, not some by chance happened animal that just happened to be smart now and logical and reasoning and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? What is that? I'm trying to find at least one more. And the only other creature that's liking us to us is the Caucasian. And he's trying to make us him. Which we clearly are not. So that's my problem with this whole thing, man. They're trying to make us equal. And then beyond equal, they also trying to make themselves superior because they the last model of us, which makes them a better being because they're more well equipped than the cat to live in this environment. Because that's the reason for evolution, for you to be better equipped to live in the environment you're in. So they all over the planet doing what they do. So now I said, hold up now. They're trying to come up with a reason why they should be doing it. This projection. I think, look, they projecting that shit. They projecting this shit on us that we just animals so they can treat us like that. Once you tell people you can treat them like that forever. And make them think it's some other way to come up out of what's going on. We're going to get the money out. We're going to money out. All we got to do is get our money right, baby. I'm telling you, I don't know how somebody got all these niggas on their money, man. I know niggas, everybody on their money. See, I'm just wondering how this needs to be the theme. See, this is what else this side shit stuff is. This seems like a religion. I don't know what's going on, man. This shit is just seeming real shaky to me, the whole thing around the board. So, I love science, observational science. I just am not in love with interpretation from crackers. I listen to them, assess what they say, first and foremost. If it's good, it's good. But if it ain't, it ain't. But I'm going to always assess theirs with a scrutiny, you know what I mean, real critically. You know what I mean? Because I already know who I'm dealing with. Someone who was born in the same system I was born in. The system of racism, white supremacy is inculcated in all of us. And so since I'm black, I might reject it. But they white. What reason do they have to? They don't even know what's happening. They just live it. Black Tom. You duck off?
Ashe.
You ran already? You want to go off the call out? You know, I got going and calling back off. You know, don't run. Come on back. Don't run. Everybody's scared out.
Stroke down.
Don't run. Yeah, don't run. Don't run. What's going on? Where you at? What's wrong with these jokers, man? See, this is what I said early. First thing on the show, I said it when I first came on the show. Because the nigga called me already. Called me right before this show. And said, y'all playing with fire over here, man. Come on back, this show. We was going to do something else. You know what this is? You know, he just trying to listen, y'all. Look, brother Nicola, you know, Sister Camille, belly out there. I'm oh, man. Come on, man. What kind of shit is that? You call and question us on whether or not we have the ability to even comprehend science? Whether or not we got the ability to assess Crocker's motherfucking interpretations? Come on. What kind of shit is that? How African of us all do you think of us? If we can't do that, if you love our African spirit, how come you ain't got a love for us questioning the goddamn cracker? What the fuck is happening, Bistro? Oh, let me text you. Joe, you got to come back. Where you at? Do I got to call you? Where you go? Don't run. Don't run. Don't run. Don't run. I'm going to beat you goddamn head in, man. Don't run. I got love for you all day. You my wife. You my wife. I'm going to tell you, you my wife. I got your number.
But anyway, on the more pressing matters, Brother Born, as you'll see, you're going to have two type of reactions when you speak in light of your political agenda. You're going to have those who are going to accept it. Well, you're going to have three, really. Those that's going to accept it, those who feel that it doesn't apply to them, and those who knows it affects them, but they'll still attack it. Like I said, it's this reoccurring theme that's going on. And Feet on the Ground family, we seem to be very distinct from this because we promote all African-centered revolutionary thinking, right? If you African-centered and you come on our show, we're going to open up the runway for you. We're going to give you that red, black, and green carpet treatment. We're going to promote you, and we're going to screen any non-African who may be divisive in us building on your truth or the truth of the discussion or the reality that we live in, and that still are our unified truth. You see what I'm saying? What I'm noticing is you have niggas who be on the front line screaming that they red, black, and green, black power, but when motherfuckers who from the same thought process come in and call in and want to build, they so defensive. They don't even know a compliment from criticism. So what they do, they'll give you a short little run, and then they'll promote chaos. They'll bring on some truly self-hating Negroes from Black Hebrew Israelites, and I'm bringing these people up to the site that these people who are anti-African, meaning that they feel that the Hebrews feel that we should give up this African life and become Hebrews. Every other faction seems to be the same road, to compromise our African identity. And they seem to get the most motherfucking discussion on these shows. And what they do is they keep the African defense on their own squad and make it appear as if they're defending Africa. Well, really, it's some WWF shit going on. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Whereas
yes, sir.
He don't want no real soldiers in there who gonna be spitting light, whether it be a male or a female. Because last show, Sister Camille point, there was a female who called in who had that same vigor of truth in her, and she got shut down in light of the ignorance of a self-hating Negro and a self-hating sister. We should be able to point them out in their talk and their discussions. I thought that was the whole point of initiating African power or black power or black African, so that you can screen out motherfuckers, right? Hello?
Go back. Yes, sir.
But today is Think Tank Thursday. The nigga needs some credit for it. He got that convention coming up, and he needs something to put on.
Hey,
we ain't finna get a nigga.
Hey, yo, I'm right here, dog. I hear you spitting that venom, dog, but I'm not even mad at you, yo. So let's get this straight for the record. Nigga, I wasn't on the switchboard, dude. I went somewhere, so I didn't see you. And I didn't know you wasn't in queue, and I didn't know you was live. Now, if you don't believe that, fuck you, man, Kara, because I'm telling you what it is, nigga. Me and you ain't never cut cards. I don't have to lie to you, brother. I just say I black ice your motherfucking ass. Me and you never cut cards, right? I'm a real thorough nigga. If I cut your ass off, I would say it. And I'm telling you, I did not. That's my point. You just wrong, dude. All right? So cut the crap, dude. Keep that shit real, yo. Let's keep it 100. I did not cut you off, bro.
Whether it be you muting me.
I cut off. It was a mistake, nigga.
It doesn't matter. It's a reoccurring thing. What I'm talking about is a reoccurring thing. It ain't
brother. It's not a reoccurring thing, You're wrong, Mickey Raw, you're wrong. What you think African
you wrong.
What I think African is could be two different things, bro.
First off, you want to be on the ground. I'm going to lower my tone so you can lower your tone, right? I'm going to lower my tone so you can lower your tone, right? Every time you are a guest on our show, listen to me now. Every time you are a guest on our show, we will send it out to courtesy.
I'm just calling in. I'm not a guest. So
listen what he's saying.
Nigga, you've been a guest on previous occasions, so quit acting like we're playing a new front. That's why you feel the need to address the facts. They're facts, because they really happen.
Facts ain't facts, man, Carol.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on. Listen, hold on 1 second.
Let's be real.
I'm trying to be real.
It don't need to be. Let's be on the ground. I don't have to get loud. Listen what I'm saying.
Hold on.
Every time he came on our show, we have extended our courtesy for him. That's we're gonna give him the courtesy. If any other nigga, if anybody came that wasn't African who was gonna take from the discussion that Unc was bringing at Ngozi, we're gonna screen them niggas. Why we don't get the same motherfucking courtesy on your show? Oh, what's up, man? How you doing? Man, you got so many personalities. I don't know which one to point at.
Hey, man, Carol, I'm just saying that's not the truth, and you're wrong. Right. So I mean, you're just wrong.
Hold on, check this out. Hold on. I like to defer for a moment, if I could. You know what I'm saying? I understand what Brother Minkaraj saying, and what Brother Minkaraj saying is that Hebrews get a lot of time on the show. Be talking jibber jabber sometimes, you know what I mean? And all the time, because the Hebrew can't talk up with jibber jabber anyway, you know. And so, not even there, but just people who diatribe is supremely and severely anti-African, you know. So Minkaraj is looking at that, and as well as anybody else looking at that, you know, you'd be like, damn, man, you can let them cut them niggas off, man. Cut them niggas off. They talking anti-African shit.
So they don't be on the show no more, boy. Hebrews don't even call my show no more, boy. Let's keep it 100.
Now, I'm saying, I just was saying that shit just to clarify. I believe that my brother Minkaraj is along with that. You know that I just want to say that.
Okay, but
Minkaraj, let that shit go, right? Because I want to get back to what I was talking about, because you jumped off the line, and I don't understand what's going on.
I'm riding down the road, right? So my connection is bad. I never jumped off the line.
Oh, all right. Well, listen, you got knocked off the line. And,
right.
and you came on, and you made a statement of that about how are we, you know, talking about science.
And I heard everything you said. Everything you said, bro.
Okay.
Right? And I emphatically disagree with you again, because evolution is not dealing with the origin of life. That's not evolution.
No, the evolution
is dealing with after life get here, bro. So you made a vital mistake. You said
you're making a vital mistake. I said evolutionary theory. See, the evolutionary
don't have
theory
nothing to do with abiogenesis.
That's it. Listen, man, they say that life came from non-life.
Man, don't even play the Wikipedia card, yo. The Wikipedia
card.
I'm
not playing Wikipedia. See, what I'm playing is the exact link that your brother Ngozi told me to read from.
I don't care what Ngozi told you to read from. I'm telling you the Bible. Check this out,
and you said I totally agree with that.
Listen what I'm. No, he said he agrees with abiogenesis.
He said
now
he agrees with
all. I never said I Wait, check this out, Born. Is the sun an inanimate object, yo? Yes or no? Let's do it.
Inanimate? Inanimate?
Yeah.
Yes,
Is
no,
it living?
it's not yes, it's living. You know that it's living.
No, it's not. It's a ball of gas, dude. Cut the crap.
Yeah, hold on. You telling me
It's not an inanimate object.
It's a ball of gas, bro. It's elements.
It's a ball of gas.
It's a
No,
thermonuclear explosion.
So that's not a ball of gas. Listen, that's plasma.
Come on, boom. Stop it, boom. See?
You
that don't boom? See how you caught yourself, boom?
Did you just say that the
So it's a nuclear, hold on. It's a nuclear, listen, it's a nuclear power plant, right?
Yeah, okay,
that light?
Okay, now is that inanimate? Is that inanimate? Does it not? Don't you see inanimate mean it ain't moving? Don't you see you see the solar flare? You see the shit popping off of it and all that shit?
Let me correct that.
I'm looking at the sun, right? I can go look at pictures right now and they'll show you a guy that's spinning out of the sun. So that means that it's moving. So it's got to be animate.
Boy, that's not. Come on, planets move. Is the planet Earth life?
Hold on,
is it living?
listen. Hold on. Listen. But you just said. See, I'm gonna deal with it. I'm gonna deal with it right. No, listen what I'm saying. I'm gonna say this right. I'm gonna deal with this just like you asked me question. It's animate. So it's animated. Animated means to move.
Okay, well let me get a little more. Right. Let me get a little more specific. Do you consider the sun a life form?
Yes, because it's given life. You can only get life from life.
All right, Born. So really, abiogenesis is talking about coming from elements. Then really, and that's all the sun is elements. Come on, Born, man.
No, listen, but it's a living. This is living. That's not. How can we?
Brother Born, can I interject? I'm gonna talk very softly because it seems like when I get louder, niggas get to say, "Make Ron, you don't know what you're talking about and shit." But the more you talk, Brother Born, you see the further away he get from the truth. All the sun is the sun is everything.
Oh man, there you go with that.
Can I prove it? You supposed to say before you say, "Oh man," you supposed to say, "Make Ron prove it," and then I'm gonna get right to proving it. Do you know what the equator is? Oh, Brother Born, brother, could you take me from our topic tonight? So I'm gonna cut you up real quick, and we'll move on. You can move with us, or you can hold us back, or you can be neutral.
I'm gonna get the fuck out of the car. That's some corny shit you on, yo. I'm a.
Well, let me explain. Let me prove my point first. Do you know what the equator is, brother? Do you know what the equator is, brother?
You ain't gonna put no words in my mouth. I ain't gonna let you do that.
I ain't putting no words in your mouth. I'm gonna explain what I just said. You said the sun. You said the sun. I'm explain everything. What's the equator? What's the equator?
It's where the sun shines the hottest at. I mean,
Right. Now, do you know when you take like geography classes, the trade winds? You know what the trade winds are?
Go ahead, brother.
The trade winds start at the equator. So just the concentration of Amun-Ra's light on the equator is responsible for our winds, our currents, right? It's responsible for everything. Every you mentioned inanimate, but the terminology you should use is inorganic. Organic is anything that's life, right? Right? You can have organic moss that grow on rocks, but it's still alive, right?
So what does the sun do? What is the moon?
Because provides the life energy that gives it something.
This is deep.
The more you ask me questions, the more you keep confessing your ignorance.
No. What is the moon? Hold on. What is the moon?
How did the land get created? How did the land get created?
The moon plays a vital part in the earth.
How did this land get created? How did this land get created?
This is his intention right here.
How did this land get created? How did this land get created?
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait. Everybody, time out. Everybody, time out.
Mute them lines, man. Let's get some order going on. We're going to have this discussion, but damn. Bring no chaos.
Let me let this. I want this to be orderly. I want everybody to hear what's going on, though. I want everybody to hear what's going on because I don't want to be adhering to another question, and when we got something going on, and then we move it all over the place, but we ain't saying, let's stay focused right now. So let's get back to the sun.
Yeah, let's stay on the sun.
Because you just said, brother, you just made a big mistake right there on trying to tell me that the sun ain't light. Now, we're going to get back to my brother.
Born, you cut me off, Born. That's called trickery.
That's not trickery? Hold on.
Yeah, because that's not what I said, Born. I said according to science, the sun is elements, bruh. Let's be real.
No, but
the same elements you find in the sun, you find in rocks, though, dude. It's just dependent. Come on, yo, me and you both know that.
But the same elements you find in rocks. But don't you find that in people? Don't you find that in people, though? Don't you find those elements in people? You don't find them.
You find those same elements in rocks. You find those same elements in rocks.
You find them in people, too, though. Don't you find them in people?
Brother. I know, but bro. So
now,
hold on. So then, what's abiogenesis then, Born?
Abiogenesis is somehow randomly somehow a bunch of stuff, a bunch of gases and stuff was together, together, and then somehow these motherfuckers pop, and there we go. Shit is starting off. So some random start somehow it happened.
Okay. So then my point to you is the sun are those same elements, though, bruh.
But the sun is living. Though. But the sun,
it's the same element.
Are you going to tell me the sun is not alive?
You're not getting that.
But listen, regardless of that, though, listen, though, I agree. I agree that the sun are the same elements. I agree. But
so what does modern science say? Let's do this.
Listen, hold on.
What does modern science say?
Listen, man, what does observation do? We are both old enough to just sit here on the planet and observe the sun. We can see the light that the sun is giving to us. We see trees actually grow towards the sun.
Living, yo.
We see
is H2O living. Is H2O living, Born?
Is H2O living?
Living. Is it life? Yes or no, Born?
Well,
what is H2O?
H2O is oxygen.
Look it up. Look it up, dude.
Oxygen and hydrogen.
Let's get Mr. Intelligent Minkarov. What the fuck is H2O, Minkarov?
It's water. What you mean? What is H2O?
I know. It's water, but what is water? Is it life?
No, we're talking about the sun. You're trying to change.
No, I'm not changing. Listen,
yes, you is, because we're going to stay on the sun.
Stay on the sun
we're going to stay on the sun because you're going to have to try to prove. No, prove to the people on the. No, listen, hold up. No, listen, because you said this. And I'm going to give you the time to prove to the people on this line right now that the sun is a non-living, inanimate object.
I said inanimate, and I could have been wrong with that. What I meant was it wasn't light. According to what science says.
Well,
they don't say the sun is light.
I don't want to hear that. No, listen. I don't want to hear according to. Listen. Oh, no, you got to understand that I need specifics because I'm slow. So since I'm slow, when you say that's what science say, that boggle my brain because I don't know what the hell science saying. So I want you to explain to us in your African sense because once you get information, right? Listen. No. All right. Well, you're going to tell me in your African thought. Tell me exactly how the sun.
Listen. First of all life extends from the sun. Everybody know that, right? But just like water. Okay, so from an African perspective, I would consider that to be life. I would consider a rock to be life too, brother, from an African perspective. So when you start to talk about abiogenesis and elements, I consider all the elements life because the building blocks of life come from the elements. So I'm thinking the elements are life. If it can give life, no matter how it's constructed, then it's life to me born.
No, hold on. So I think you were going with science. Which one you going with? Which one you going with? Is you going with science? What's going on here,
man?
I'm
saying, listen.
What's going on here, man?
First of all, check this out, bro. It ain't about what I'm going with. It's about when we start this conversation. Hold on. I'm saying the conversation was. I'm saying you said you don't deal with evolution because of abiogenesis. My statement was, well, that's not in the evolutionary theory.
No, hold on. I have more than abiogenesis. No, I did. Now, don't just try to buckle me into the abiogenesis. That's just one minor piece. Because
I know. What was my point, though? My point was, dude, evolution is concerned with life after it gets here, not the origin of life. You arguing me down.
You're talking about the evolutionary theory, though.
Don't know. They can't figure that out. We all know this on this phone. And then we went into the sun. Well, I was trying to show you that the sun, right, I don't think they consider it life. Maybe I could be wrong. But the question remains, well, then, well, if the sun ain't life, but the elements give life, then the sun give, and water is not life, but the element of water give life, then there's a very interesting thing that we having right here. So then you can't be mad at abiogenesis, which is based off the elements coming together to form life, if the elements, right, is what make life.
No, I know that. I know that.
Bro.
I know that, but I understand that, but I don't agree with how they interpret the shit. Now, let's move on swiftly, because we're going to get onto the weather, how crazy it is. You know what I mean?
But did you hear about, have you heard of the last explanation of it? That really makes sense? Have you heard that yet?
What last? No, explaining what? Explain to me how we changed. Explain the missing fossils in the fossil record, man, and explain to me how we turned.
Hold on. Minkarod know better. Hold on. Minkarod know better than that. Hold on. Let's get this straight, dude.
Minkarod knows.
Born. Come on, man. If you think I'm walking in the conference with people talking about there is no fossil record, only people on the phone saying that. But scientists aren't saying that. Paleontologists are not saying that, dude. They study transitional fossils. We on this phone are transitional fossils, dude. How you not know that? Minkarod know that. He just keeping shit away from y'all. He know that we transition. He know we transitional fossils. He know it. He know we're a transitional species. Minkarod know that if he went to school. Where did he get this shit?
Yo, we're not slow over here.
Look, man, I'm telling you, the more you talking, the more crazier this going, man. I don't know what's happening here, man. Look, I don't know what's happening here.
Ain't nothing happening here. You said it's missing fossil.
Because you said it's missing fossil. Right? No, listen, the fossil record is
nah, man. You know what you're talking about, boy?
Listen, man, I do know what I'm talking about. Look, man, y'all got this special. Y'all almost got the special.
You type it in debunkevolution.com.
I ain't talking to no debunk evolution.
You is. How you not know they got transitional fossils?
I don't even know they got no motherfucking debunk evolution.
So then what are you talking about? There are no transitional fossils. It's the most ridiculous thing you keep saying over and over and over again.
Son,
like
listen, man, because look, you know why? Because, look, I don't understand. And I understand this, that you can't find me 50. Listen, I'm going to tell you this. You couldn't give me 50 different type of transitional fossils and make me believe that was real. You know why? Listen, let me tell you why. Because you got to deal with the transitions of every fucking transition. Are you telling me that these animals, you got to tell me that these animals, once they came out the water, they grew legs and arms at the same time. Immediately, same time type of shit. So you got to, and that shit is not going to happen in no one generation from parent to child, arms and legs. Ain't no shit like that about to happen.
Hold on, what?
So this is going to take it's going to take a long time for these things to happen. So since it's going to take thousands of years, it's going to take thousands of years for it to happen. So there's going to be thousands of these things dying, millions of them dying in between these transitions.
That is so crazy, like a motherfucker born. You're mad, yo.
Crazy. Hold on, tell me, when you tell me how,
let me talk.
Just for me to talk. Look, when you tell me how fish grew feet and arms at the same time, did that happen?
You just gonna let me do it, yo. So what you want me to do, Born? I'm saying, Born, you know they got a transitional that goes from the fish through the vertebrate to a vertebrate. You know the vertebrate came up out of water. You know the earth didn't start off solid land. So whatever it was, had to be able to adapt to water, man, and then end up on land. You understand this, man. The womb is a water environment. And the species that is human evolves in the water environment and then have the ability to eat and dry land. You know this, yo. You know life don't start. Born. An arm, a wing starts out in the water first, Born. How you not know that?
No, listen, that's what I said. Out of the water. That's what I said. Out of the water. Out of the water onto the land. No, listen, you think about it. Out of the water into the land. And remember, man, that whatever is happening is making this. Look, man, this is not unrealistic. If we started to grow wings right now,
they got a wing with toenails on it, yo. What they call it? Hold on, man. Let me get you real quick. It's called, I forget what it live in the water. But it got toenails, dude. Like, how you not getting this, man? I'm trying to think of the name of it. Motherfucker got toenails.
He's talking about Atlantis, y'all.
Huh?
You ain't gonna never remember the names of that shit. I'll tell you.
Atlantis.
I think it's a platypus. No, it's not a platypus.
Atlantis. What you talking about, Atlantis? You talking about
Liberia? You talking about Liberia? Is it Liberia?
Now can I jump in for a quick minute?
So now you want to be cordial now, right? So now, okay, now we joking. All right, Big Dog. Hey, Big Dog, you got a bone to pick with me, yo?
No, let me be cordial.
Yo, because now you're being fucking silly now, yo. Yo, and next time you send me a graduation picture, your high
school, Smash was saying on your show. We shouldn't be arguing. This same thing Smash was saying on your show.
No, it's not, nigga. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not, nigga. You just crazy. No, you just mad, nigga.
Okay, well, we'll be moving on. We'll be moving on.
Get a half an hour.
At your previous, wish you the best of luck at your Evolution Conference. This Think Tank Thursday, we'll be discussing an African assessment regarding the state of the planet. Brother, do you have anything to keep that?
You don't understand Africa, yo. So I don't think you qualified to make a good African assessment. Not at all, yo.
Define assessment. Define assessment, because you don't have to be qualified to make an assessment.
I don't think you qualify, yo. You don't know what else you know the African stories you talk about.
Define assessment.
You don't. You don't even know the African nations to talk about.
Define assessment.
From beasts. You know what I mean? You don't know the story because you're talking shit right now.
You don't know what I know, Unc. That's
a curiosity. You wouldn't be talking. You wouldn't be saying the shit you say, McCarra. You wouldn't say the Africans didn't see that because, nigga, they did.
What do I be saying, Unc? What do I be saying? What do I be saying?
You be saying,
what do I be saying?
I might not agree with Unc, but you got African nations that say they came from lower people.
What do I be saying, Unc? What I be saying?
You saying what I just said? Unc is right about them niggas talk about evolution, that we evolved. You would say that, dog. But no. You spitting rhetoric. No. Because that ain't right, McCarra.
You're misquoting me.
Listen, hold on, man. Look.
You've misquoted me. And you will never allow me to speak even on my show with my co-host. That's some scandalous disrespectful shit.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm trying to have a discussion with you, and we can put our egos to the side, and you don't want to build.
All right, go ahead, put it to the side, yo.
All right, I got the
This is for you. Come on, boy. Let me do this with this nigga, man, because it's really me and Unc, man. Right? Let's air this shit out. Let's iron it out. Let's iron these creases out, right? For your conference.
Mm-hmm.
The best way to win an argument is to go with it. So I'm going to go with your evolution, right? I'm going to show you the holes in it while I'm doing so, right? That's my point. But I'm telling you this before I even do it. You got that, right? Now, do you agree, or do you describe or define natural selection and evolution as being one and the same?
You said what, bro? I couldn't hear that. Say it again.
Okay. Let me reword it. Europeans give two definitions to natural selection and evolution. Are you aware of this?
Go ahead now. Go ahead, yo.
Evolution.
Mechanism and evolution, yo. But go ahead.
Let me give you. But they define them in two different terminologies. Listen to my point. McCarra won't be a teacher, huh? So I don't take no position on information. I just give the information and then let it air out, and then after we know where the shit fall off, then we say do it apply to us.
Go ahead,
right?
brother.
Okay. Now according to when we define evolution, evolution is saying that the species has the capacity to evolve. And the evolutionary process is solely based on the genetic DNA of that individual species, right? Now,
change in frequency. Go ahead.
Don't listen to it. Now, natural selection is that nature programs all genetic alleles. It programs the color on your head. It programs whether a bird has 62 wings. But you get the point I'm making. So natural selection says that nature governs the survival of any species. Would you agree with that? Those two definitions?
Yeah, it's selective mutation. Go ahead. Of course I would agree with that. As an African, I would agree with that.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Ugg. Now we got a clear definition on two terms. Now let's be scientific. What do you mean by scientific? Let's experiment with these concepts, right? Let's take evolution first. By saying that the species has the capacity to evolve solely on its genetic potential, that means that
we should be able to walk right back into water and evolve gills. And learn how to.
I don't agree with
Listen.
Shut up, yo.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying first.
Yeah, but that's crazy. You just threw that in there. Go ahead, yo. Be quiet.
So we experiment with these concepts, right? Because it has to go both ways. Science don't run one way.
No, that's not.
You don't get power. You don't get power from you don't get power from electricity by this negative energy. There's negative and positive energy and a balance that give you the light. We talking on a frequency right now, right, Unc? So it has to go both ways. It has to go both ways.
Now I don't agree with that, but go. Keep going.
Okay. I'll use another analogy. I will use another analogy. We can experiment with it, but we on the concept that the species has the capacity to evolve regardless of the environment. It's solely on its genetic code. Right? That's what the evolution is saying. It credits the species, and that's the definition of evolution, though, huh?
Now go ahead and finish. Go ahead, yo. This
now
show. Go
let's
ahead.
look at natural selection.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's look at natural selection.
Mm-hmm.
Only way any species can evolve or change is that it has to have an environment from the get-go, right, huh? Could you at least agree with that?
Atmosphere, environment. Go ahead.
So that throws evolution out there. See how easy I did that? Regardless of if you want to, you can use whatever analogy you want to use for that individual species changing basically based on its good genes. But in order for us to even observe that, there has to be an environment for that shit to happen in, right? So that means the environment dictates everything, right? Now, let's look at the African. Now, we just took those definitions. We got to keep it short and sweet. How does that apply to us? History says that the African is the first human being on the planet. We would use our analytical mind and say that the African must be able to survive this well or have done this well because we talking about the gauge of human beings is based on knowledge. Rocks don't speak. Rocks don't write. Rocks don't produce physical material. Human beings do. So the gauge of intelligence is coming from human beings. So the African, if the European who was studying plants found out there's a dominant and there's a recessive, and that the African, he found that in plants. Then when he applied to human beings, he said the African is the dominant and the European is the recessive. Now, if we use the definition that I just gave on natural selection, that means that nature the DNA in the African has been enhanced and programmed by nature to be top line fit and to be able to survive. Not because his DNA has something to do with it, but his DNA is a reflection of his or her experiences in nature. Right?
Let's speak.
So the point I'm making is, and I'm closing, is I think Unc is confusing the word evolution with adaptation. Black power.
All right. Now, first of all, you can't separate evolution from natural selection because natural selection, right, is a mechanism within evolution. Horizontal gene transfer is a mechanism within evolution. It's an explanation on why things change and evolve in its environment, right? That's the reason why. It's the mechanism. So you got like 5 different mechanisms. Horizontal gene transfer, natural selection, genetic drift is one of them, right? I'm saying these are mechanisms not to be separated from evolution because just saying things change, which is evolution, the question remains then, well, how do things change? And so it's through the programming through nature, like Kara said, is the reason why things change. Based off of the environment that whatever it is in, that the organism is, the environment that the organism is in, right? Nature selects genes, right, that best make the population fit for survival in that environment. This is evolution, man, Karan. So all that switching the thing from the evolution to natural selection, that's not evolution, bro. I never learned it that way. I don't even understand it. I never even read a journal on evolution working that way. I've never read any material that separates natural selection and evolution being two separate things. That's not the truth. I'm going to make it real clear again. Evolution has mechanisms to it. All right? And natural selection is one of the mechanisms, just like horizontal gene transfer. So if Inky starts talking about horizontal gene transfer, then I'll be in agreement with him, but he can't make it something outside of evolution. That's my point, Mickey Rob. So, I mean, I don't know how you did that, dog. I mean, I guess that's how your mind works, but my mind ain't working that way, bro. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now I want to explain why I was able to do that, and because we're here building, right?
Yeah, we building.
Horizontal gene transfer, genetic drift, that applies to the studies of late Homo sapiens. That means now. We can't go too far and look at. So what I'm trying to say, if we talk about evolution, let's stick to the beginning. You jumped all the way to hominins, and let's. How did these hominins get here? We got to explain this so-called change. Now, you said you never heard this before. Let me cite my work. If you listen to any lecture, if you read any book on Sheikh Anta Diop, it's a recurring theme in his book that he keeps saying to make it plain in layman terms that nature does not make mistakes and nature does not strike twice. Listen to what I'm saying. Why did he say that? Sheikh Anta Diop said nature does not strike twice, meaning when we study the root of species, we'll see the species coming from a root. A root, I'll give you a basic example. The Chihuahua, the Pit Bull are modern dogs, but what's the root? They are derivatives of a wolf, right? That's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's a wolf. A wolf is a wolf is a wolf.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wolf. So when you say, when they say hominins, meaning a monkey is a monkey is a monkey, an ape is an ape is an ape. Apes don't become humans. Hey, if that was the case, nature don't strike twice. Nature would not allow an ape to become a human and then allow millions of years apes and humans to still evolve and be coexistent. No, one will have to go. This is how nature works. The dodo bird. We can look if species. Look what Europeans tell you. What happens when you introduce a new species to an ecosystem? You think you're doing a little good by letting a little goldfish in the pond, and that motherfucker goldfish really is a fighting woo. And you see the point I'm making? The delicate fabrics of the ecosystem is nature first. That species ain't got a chance to evolve if it don't know the laws of that motherfucking nature it's been placed in. The first thing it has to do is learn the code of nature. Damn, it's rainy out here. I'm going to put a coat on, right? You have to adapt. If a nigga drop me and you off, nigga, adapting is one thing. Humans adapt because we have brains. We can logically think things out and adapt to the situations. But biologically, we're weak creatures. Biologically, we can't. Now they're trying to do it by splicing genes. By splicing genes and going against the fabric of the genetic code, they're able to put certain genes in, but it's not natural. We talking about, see, natural selection and evolution are two different things. Mm-hmm. The capacity the Europeans define evolution, they give us, I'm going to say another word, Charles Darwin's work, because that's who coined this shit in terms of how we look at it scientifically today. It's coming from what? He's a Brit. Any anthropology, any archaeology class you take, you're going to hear about Charles Darwin. Not really because he spoke of evolution, but because he was the first of his kind. We ain't talking about he's going to pot it all up, but the first European, that all he did was really catalog species. What's cataloging? Observe and report. That's it. So the best person to do that is the African. We need to write no books on that shit. We live within it. When you look at Charles Darwin's work, and it's funny because the island he studied just had a violent volcanic eruption due to the weather. We was finna get on that today, but we talking about evolution for Brother Unc tonight. We're going to jump to that as well, though.
No, we can get it back on that. We can definitely get back on that.
But listen to what I'm saying. The concepts of evolution are solely on the genius of the genes. And if you drop this motherfucker, we can put this DNA and we can drop this motherfucker off on Mars, nigga, and it will evolve solely on. Get the fuck out of here.
if the gene, what are the genes programmed with? Experiences in nature. Sickle cell anemia. When you hear from the Europeans' perspective, they look at that as proof that the African is selected by nature. Here we have a disease that's, listen to it now, sickle cell anemia. The root of it is coming from malaria. Listen to me now. When you hear Europeans talk about this, they love, because you gotta ask the question, damn, what's the DNA saying? Because they fascinated by this shit. Why? Because it proves that natural selection is in benefit of the African. Listen to what I said, not evolution, nature. Why? Because nature caused that disease, malaria. This is how, listen to it now, listen how epidemics start in Africa. They just didn't start off from poison food, because ain't nothing poison in Africa. It started off from the relationship between mosquitoes and Africans. That's a very simple relationship. Mosquitoes drink blood, right? Mm-hmm. Africans sleep at night, and mother mosquitoes get their hunt on. Now, with that disease, that was naturally selected, and that African caught that disease and should have died. But those that didn't die, and if you look at any fucking movie or you look at any trial clinical diagnostic of genetics, they always use a female. Why? Because genetically she's the dominant one. She gonna spawn the cure for the offspring. So that tells you right there that it's a female-dominated planet. So even when we talk about genetics, the African is the dominant one, but the African male is the recessive compared to the female. This is true. That's why the whole war, but I'm digressing. But we're talking about malaria. The Africans, those African women, my sister, every African, listen to this, every African on the planet has the trait, but only those fewly have the anemia. Listen to the trait. The trait is a good thing. That means that you have the ability to adapt, because your great African grandmama who had malaria passed you something on genetically to combat that shit. And those that have the anemia, those are the ones who have a higher, this is genetic talking, and Gozi can get on as he wants, they have a higher capacity of surviving. Why? Because they have more aggressive mutations. What am I talking about? Sickle cell anemia, malaria attacks the blood cells, and they take the oxygen out the blood cells and so forth, right? So the African blood, the African adapts. The blood adapts and takes the form of a sickle shape, deoxygenizes itself, and promotes high nitrogen, something that the mosquito don't like. Thus adapting, right? Not evolving, adapting. Because it was something that inflicted that. It wasn't programmed with that. It wasn't programmed with the defense at first. It wasn't programmed with the code to fight malaria off the. If that was the case, we would have never got sick. See what I'm saying? We adapted. The African is the product of adaptation. They call it mutations, but yeah, those mutations are genetic experiences. So meaning to put it in layman terms, it's like I said, your great African grandmama who survived malaria passed on those genes to her babies. And when we look under the microscope, that'll be the first thing they look at to see if you're African. Believe it or not, that's the first thing they check for. The trait for sickle cell, the trait, not the anemia, the trait. And we can talk all day about the blood, and then we can talk about, like we talked about the last show.
Can I add something, man?
The relationship with the sun. That's go ahead, brother.
I'm saying it don't sickle you if you eat yams, Joe. You supposed to know. I know you understand that, know that. People in America be having sickle cell anemia because they don't have the yams. You eat the yams will keep you from doing that. Right? And it's
I was going to get to that. All Africans in Africa have sickle cell anemia, but they don't suffer from the traits. They don't suffer from the symptoms.
Yams.
Why?
Based off their diet.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with the yams. It ain't got nothing to do with the yams. Listen.
Yams, brother. It do. What's going on?
They contest in Africa. We talking about blood. You talking about yams. That sound like some country shit.
Okay. You know what? I mean, let me come on, dude. You spoke for like 25 minutes. You cracked a good joke. Okay.
It's on the ground.
Let me finish. Okay, but y'all can look this up.
That next talk last week,
very important role. Listen, yams, vegetables, minerals are come on, yo, we know what yams are, brother. And
that
I'm
has nothing
telling
to do
you,
with it.
but they have a diet, and I'm telling you that it don't sickle if you eat the yams. We don't have that in our diet. All right? Now, let's move on to the next point. Now, the proof of evolution is in the diversity of life. And so we come to the human organism that is the African that walked upright first, right? We understand that it's the most diverse population on the planet. Here's the rule. When dealing in humans, organisms, and plant organisms, the rule is where you find the most diversity at, right, that's where you'll find the origin. So I know nobody on this phone will argue with me that the ethnicity and diversity on the continent of Africa, right, is more of a variety than anywhere else. Plain and simple. This can't be argued. So that's why we know that life started, human life, right, evolved in Africa. So I'm trying to figure out what's our real argument here. Are we saying that the African woman and the African male is not the mother and father of humanity? Could that be what we're trying to state? Is that what our elders were trying to teach us? I'm thinking our elders taught us, right, that the African woman and the African man is the mothers and fathers of all Homo sapiens sapien. I don't give a fuck if they Chinese, white, brown, mixed in between. We the mothers and fathers of that. And it's proven through DNA. When they mapped out the Genome Project, they figured it out. And they can count back mutation rates to line it up with the fossil record that noted 190,000 years ago, right, Homo 1 man, right, is one of the first fossils that survived that they found. So the mutate, so they know things mutate because it's called the molecule clock testing. And these things mutate at a certain rate. The mutations have a certain rate. They can add it, man. You know that, Menkara. So I'm just trying to figure out what part of that, right, am I missing? Am I wrong? Show me that there's not a constant rate of mutations. Show me that the most diverse population, ethnic groups on the continent of Africa. That's why you can have the sickle cell, the trait. That's why you can have that. That's why you have all kind of things that passed on through the bloodline. You know what I'm saying? That's why the survivability of the African on Africa, you know what I'm saying, is serious based off of those different traits that we have. So this is not a stage joke when we talk about evolution. Evolution takes account of all these things. You know, evolution is not a white science. It's just science, man. Now, whether our ancestors understood it to that degree, what I do understand is that our ancestors, right, understood evolution, and they laid the foundation for it. Niggas wouldn't even talk about Darwin rediscovered evolution. He wasn't the first evolutionist. You knew that. You got Wallace that corresponded with him with the same type of information. So I'm saying, like antibiotics, right, is a rediscovery by the Europeans. I'm saying that evolution is also a rediscovery. Now, whether we fight over the mechanisms or not, that's something different. But I see nothing wrong, right, with evolution, being as though it has an African foundation to it. Plain and simple. So, you know what I mean? I ain't going to go long with it, nigga, bro. You go so long that I miss a lot of the points that you be trying to make, bro. But we can do that yam thing with them sickle cells, Joe, and you supposed to know that.
Thank you, brother. Definitions. Now, I don't know. The broader audience, you know, can say their opinion. Who probably sound like they know what they're talking about. Who just probably cutting and pasting. But in Africa, all Africans have the dominant trait for sickle cell, but they don't experience. Most don't experience the pain like my little sister should be going through. You got the dominant trait. Why?
Because of the yams.
Because of the yams. If you let me talk, brother, goddamn. I mean, I'll let you talk.
I just wanted to make that point.
I'm gonna keep it sweet.
Go ahead.
Okay. You mentioned the sun earlier. I asked you about the equator. Yeah. Most Africans, especially West Africans, they will have the dominant trait of sickle cell. Don't experience that pain. Why? Because it's highly oxygen. The oxygen content on Africa is so high. I had the pleasure of sitting in a lecture with the geography. Dr. Brent Goforth, Cal State San Bernardino, right? He showed us a picture of the Earth at its 23.5 degree axis, like a nigga, you know, the Earth spinning like a nigga sitting in his car leaning back in the chair. He ain't just spinning, he leaning back, right? Mm-hmm. But the equator is like an egg, so it's oblique. But at the waist, it's like a doughboy stomach. and and then he put it in terms of oxygen. It is about 12. The thickness of oxygen content is thick there. That's why when you look at and that's due to because what? We talking about Amun Ra. I asked you about the equator. The seasons don't change on the equator. Y'all know that?
Ashe.
Wet summer, wet winters on the equator. You only get snow when you go north or south from the equator.
What? That's not true.
God damn, Unc. Before you even refute, you so much in defense when you talk to me, you don't even listen to my truth. 23 point. The Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn are what? Degrees below and above the equator. That's when you get snow. You only get snow. You may get it on high peaks, high elevations, but that's because of the thin air. That's small concentration.
Okay.
Small concentrations. But we talking about thick snow or 4 seasons. 4 seasons. You get that when you get 23.5 above or below the equator. Prove me wrong. America, where you at, Unc? You in Georgia? Is snow out there? Go on Google Maps.
Yeah, it snows sometimes.
Go on Google Maps. Listen, brother, listen. Go on Google Maps and see how far you are. Look at your longitude or latitude and see how far you are from the equator. And then notice, just go south from Georgia, and notice when you get to Cancun, because Georgia like south from Cancun, Mexico, ain't it? It don't snow there. Why? Because it's by the equator. So the sun is responsible for every nature change. Now I ask you about evolution. Most people say it represents change. Would you agree, brother?
Yeah, of course you do.
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet. I want you to answer this question. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna answer this. I want you to answer the question. What causes that change? Black power.
Nature, environmental pressures, changes in the ecology, forces the living organisms to adapt, forces the fitness of the population. If the population is not fit enough to handle the evolutionary change that occurs on Earth, then that particular organism will die. This is very simple. So Mother Nature, right, creates environments and creates organisms that's best fit in that environment. It's a sink or swim type of thing. So we got far more species that go extinct. Thousands and millions of species. You got more shit that went extinct that live. Okay? And as for that fossil record being around, there's a lot of transitional fossils. There's a lot of fossils, the Precambrian shit, they got that too. People talk about the Precambrians. No, that's not the truth. They was misinterpreting certain things, and they realized, wait a minute, these are fossils. These are small microorganisms. So the deeper you go down in the earth, the smaller you'll see organisms become. Why is that? Why don't you find mammals in the Precambrian age? Okay, why don't you find dinosaurs here? Because it's all based off of a foundation of starting off with microorganisms, and they build on that, and they build on that. It's evolution. And Mekara, you understand that evolution is simply the change in the gene frequency, brother. So this is, I'm trying to figure out what the real, you know what I'm saying, what the real debate is going to be.
I'm going to tell you now, bro. I like that definition. The reason why I wanted to say that because I asked you what causes the change, right? Now, based on what you just said and based on what I know, I agree with everything you said. You know why evolution is so unscientific? Because we really can't measure the survival of a species until we expose it to an environment, right?
Yeah, but the environment is the place.
We really can't. Black Power, man. We really can't gauge the survival of a species until we put that motherfucker in another environment, right? And then that take how many generations of observation? Once it survived, now we got to see how it survived. How is it capable of surviving? So how are they able to give this precise definition that we can't monkeys in? Our monkeys are still around. It's hard enough trying to be a monkey. Now imagine when that monkey was turned into an ape. God damn. Huh?
Yeah, they never.
It's hard to be a monkey now. The baboon ecology. I study baboon. I study primate ecology all the time, and they have some. They calculate. And they can think. But they are what they are. They didn't change it to us because if they did, nature will say, okay, this one's dominant. This one is no longer needed. That's how nature works.
You know
what work like that. Nature. Nature maximizes the survival of any species. Huh?
Hey, Megarod, you know what I could argue? The monkey
What's
hand is far more evolved than the human hand. Did you know that? So you sitting here thinking we far more
chromosomes?
advanced?
Are you using chromosomes? Are you using chromosome numbers to make that analogy?
I know I'm using the analysis, right, of the human hand to the monkey hand. It's far more advanced. Our hand is more archaic. That's what I'm telling you. And I can present the article on that, and we can get to the chromosome level and all that. But just on surface, looking at the construction.
Before we get to that, though, brother. Before we get to that.
Huh?
Okay. Before we get to that, are you familiar with the term disparity? Are you?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. You know what point you were trying to make? That you said you was talking about evolution goes in the direction you could go back, and I'm saying evolution don't teach it goes in the direction. There is no direction.
You think?
There is no direction.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Then why are they giving us a tree? Why are they giving us this evolutionary tree?
Oh, the evolutionary tree, they didn't disbanded that tree. That tree ain't even looking like it used to look.
Oh, that's the tree that's the tree you decided from. That this changed to this and that came to that. That's what you was arguing. Inorganic matter.
No, the last thing that we talked about was the hybrid species. We talked about that, right? There's a lot of hybrid species. It's not, the tree does not go into a 1, 2, 3 type of level. Dude. It goes in all different directions, yo. We know this. We know that.
We're talking about mammals, though. We're talking about mammals.
We're talking about anything. Let's deal with mammals for a moment.
Okay. Let me say. Why, when they find saber-toothed tigers, because when they find these early hominins, and they say that this is Homo erectus, they find, okay. Let me reword this. For archaeologists, for African archaeologists who's looking for early Homo erectuses, you know what their worst motherfucking their enemy is?
What?
Prehistoric hyenas. God damn, say that again, make it. Prehistoric hyenas. Why? Because the most of the truth, when you study archaeology in Africa, and you see the scavenger of the bones in Africa is the hyena. So we have to make distinctions between, okay, were these cut marks? Were these cannibalism? No, it wasn't cannibalism. We found out that it was hyenas' temple sites. And oftentimes we find human bones in hyena pits. Why they don't call them hyenas something else? Because the hyena is a hyena is a hyena. A saber-toothed tiger, it was a tiger with some big-ass teeth. But it was still a tiger. Never changed. Didn't grow wings. Didn't start walking upright. It always been what it was. It just made some changes when nature said it's time to change. It didn't evolve.
Okay, so
that's the point I'm making.
Okay, all right, hold on.
So if we find
we got a little mixed up.
Homo erectus, anyone you find, there's hyenas there. I don't care, because they have to compare it with the stratigraphy. The stratigraphy is what else is found when we digging some shit up. Well, we found this human bone, a couple femurs, and we found some hyena remains.
So you saying that the hyena? What is the hyena, yo? What classification is that in? Because the hyena.
It is what it is. It's the same as it is now, because we still call it a hyena.
Is it? No. What family? What phylum does it fit in?
That's where you come in. You tell me.
I'm asking you. I'm thinking, is it in the canine family? Canis? Is it in the
Some
canine
will say that's
family?
Badger and a badger family. But ain't no canines in Africa, really. We got small wild dogs, but ain't no dominant canines in Africa.
Okay, but the dog is dominant. Them damn hunting dogs are serious in Africa, dude.
Wild dogs, they're pack. They're not dominant. Africa, them niggas scared of the honey badger. Go look at the African honey badger.
Man. Them niggas kind of serious. Them dogs is kind of serious in that. They're very successful.
Because they're in numbers.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They're in numbers, but they pick at you. Then they're in numbers, but they're not top of the food chain.
All right. Well, look, this is what I want to say in closing, Mr. Bob. I want to say that large brain, you can find that in one area of Africa. The smaller jawbone, you can find that in another portion of Africa. You know what I'm saying? The eyes sitting back in your head, you can find it in another part of Africa, right? And I'm saying these traits come together to form what you call in modern human. And I'm saying I can prove that through the DNA, through the fossil record. All right, and y'all can run around and figure all the rest of this shit and talk about the monkey, the apes. Okay.
Well,
I'm just saying, we didn't start out like this. What we're looking at in the mirror, didn't start out that way. It was a combination of different archaic humans, right, to give us what we are today. That's my point to you. I'm going to leave it right there, yo.
Thank you, Brother. Anybody else?
Nope. Appreciate you making raw. We got off our chest.
Yeah. I want you to think about them concepts in there, though. Listen to them. I'm going to leave you with these closing statements. In order for a species to evolve, there has to be an environment for that evolution to take place.
I agree.
And the only way we can observe, be scientific and observe that is if what? We can see the subjects that have been put in that environment, the ones we see the ones that died off, see the ones that survived, and then we study them. And you know what that means? We have to kill them. We have to cut them open and see what biologically made them survive, right? This is science, right? We have to be biologically, okay, that motherfucker survived. We're gonna need one of them. We need one of them, and it has to be a female. This is how we be scientists. And that's doing it forward lateral. That's not reverse doing it. See, the reverse doing it is trying to do that with just fossil bones that's millions of years old without any visual. Well, we can. That's all we can do. That's all they can do. Let me stop saying that. That's all they can do is speculate what the environment was back then. But they always give the environment first because they know natural selection. Now, listen to what I'm saying. The reason why I'm telling you about Charles Darwin is because Charles Darwin, this is when the 18th, 17th centuries when Europeans started getting into science, and they started studying bodies, they started studying biology, and this is when they started seeing that even though they was rich and superior, biologically they was weak. So he wrote a fucking book called Origin of Species, or the preservation of certain races in the struggle for life. Listen to the last part. Europeans took heed of this because listen what Charles Darwin said. Charles Darwin said, if we allow the world to stay in the natural state that it is, thank you, brother, because you complimented our show tonight. This is exactly we're going to talk about the weather and all that shit. But Charles Darwin said, if you allow the world to remain in the natural state that it is, we will be wiped out. Why? Because the African is the natural dominant motherfucker on this planet. And the only way we're going to be able to survive is that we create a synthetic environment. That's the only, because natural selection put me and you on top of the fucking food chain. How are white folks on top of the food chain? Listen to what I'm saying. Why are white folks on top of the food chain? Because this is a fake ass environment that he created.
Clothes are artificial.
He tricked us. He said you were a savage, tricked me and you out the jungle, and so he can get in the jungle and put us in these concrete jungles. That's why we out our fucking minds. Because there's nothing natural around they do.
I agree with you on all that. But you need to know the clothes are also artificial.
So you got to watch evolution. So the cracker said we evolved. Why? Because nature is his enemy. So he has to evolve outside of nature. You don't get that point. Let me say it again.
No. Hold on.
If nature is on our side, that means that me and you are naturalists. You shouldn't be an evolutionist. You're the product of nature, so you're a naturalist. The European is an evolutionist. Why? Because nature is not on his side. What did we just say earlier? In order to see a species survive, we got to put that motherfucker in different environments. And we know that nigga got to go through protocol when he goes through certain environments. Skin cancer, right?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Freeze that. I am telling you that the majority of the planet, right, is sun. We can agree to that. That only when you get up to the northern regions, the polar regions, right, where you start getting less bombardment of UVA rays. We can agree to that. So the majority of the planet would be hostile to Europeans based off of their skin color. And so the scientific evidence says that. It says it so much so that you can get an anthropology book and they tell you that pale skin is a motherfucking problem. Right? It tells you that with pale skin, you're going to be more sickly. You're going to have more neural tube disorders, high rates of skin cancer. It tells you that they're out of their zones living. So the scientific community agrees with what you just said, that given white people outside of their environment, they're going to be in trouble, so they have to create an artificial environment. Clothes are artificial. Let's be real. We couldn't even have left Africa without the development of clothes. That's why white people can travel around, because they got clothes on now. They ass butterball naked, you know, like I know. Take a baby, put it in the motherfucking sun, a white baby in the sun, their ass gonna burn up immediately. So we understand that, and they have air conditioning now. That's why they can hang out in Africa with the AC and buildings and all that shit in the clothes and run to their car real fast and turn their air conditioning. Yo, but the science says that though. So I am in total agreement with the last statements you just made. Now, whether you think evolution is natural or non-natural, I don't think so. I think that the Africans and the Sudanese, Nubians understood evolution based off the creation of antibiotics, based off of understanding how antibiotics evolve and having to change the cocktail. So I know they understand around the way microorganisms evolve. They had to be able to create that medicine. This is all documented. That's why Europeans know how to change the daggone cocktail, because they understand evolution. So, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, man, it's going to be a strong conversation. And them niggas ain't going to be as strong as you with that shit. So it's all good, though, McAround.
Yeah, you picked your enemies very well, very well. You know, that's another thing. Why are you going there debating them religious fanatics? And what are you planning to accomplish if you come out the victor? When you're going to come out the winner, because you already said them niggas are dumb. So what do you plan on when you serve them niggas? What's next, brother?
Next, we just want to keep science and technology in the hearts and the minds of the people. And understand that the very foundation of science, is the African. African spirituality was based, in most part, on science. And so it's going to be science and technology, you know what I'm saying, and some type of code of conduct, right, placed together, that's going to get us out of the situation. Praying to the clouds, ain't going to get us out of that, I think that Africa was the leading nation amongst nations for many, many moons based off of their technology, based off of their science, We were leading the way. They made it. They faked us out and made us say, well, niggas was praying a lot. That's why y'all was able to do jobs. No. We was able to do what we was able to do based off of technology and science, which is natural. Looking at your environment, problem solving. That's natural, brother.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Right. So, over here on Feet on the Ground, man, we some young upcoming scholars, man. So, do you plan on venturing out with any other Africans and so forth? Because a lot of people like to put that Hebrews and other religious fanatics, whether they be Muslims, Christians, they like to play this divide and conquer role, you know what I'm saying, the black community and whatnot, man. And myself, man, I liked it when it was nice and small, man. You know what I mean? When it was just, you knew a nigga around, you didn't have no niggas who, I'm not finna give no religious nigga no platform like them Hebrew niggas be getting when they don't even serve their own tenets of their own creed. You see what I'm saying? Them niggas ain't in church on Sundays. You know what I'm saying? No. And if you in the Bible more than them niggas is. So we give life to a lot of neutral dead ass energy we don't be needing. So when you get through with that evolution convention, man, because it's still shit we got on the table. And when you get back from that, man, we're gonna be still handling, man. So when you want to come back and get dirty, man, you let us know.
Man, I'm fucking with the economics. I'm fucking with these shoes that we got these days. You know what I'm saying? That we use no white people to make. Yeah, I mean, it's just some shit for the community, That's what I'm doing. I'm giving niggas some money. Niggas love shoes and tennis shoes, but at some point you got to control some part of the goddamn process. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just real, If you're gonna wear some shoes, like Dr. Clark said, you need to make some motherfucking shoes. So eventually, we would like to get to the point where we make our own tennis shoes. But until we get that point, we will not buy shoes from motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? They go to a Connect and get the shoes and sell it at us at an inflated goddamn rate. We ain't gonna do that. We feel like we can go to the same place Nike and all them go to get their shit. So that's what we doing. We going to the same spot, We like my man, on the what's his name, from New York. The nigga that went overseas and got the dope. He went straight to the goddamn field and got the shit. He say, fuck the guineas. Say, fuck the white boy. I'm going to get my shit my damn self, his name escapes me. An American Gangster joint, right. They went, so that's what we did with the shoes. We went and got our own shit. We passed all them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? And worked and lost some money and did all that shit and found somebody that would fuck with us on the scale that we had at the point. You know what I mean? And then we got them. Yeah, our designs, you know what I'm saying? So I'm hoping maybe feet on the ground will go ahead and come up with a goddamn design, yo. And have some shit that's catered to y'all. Hoping that the sisters can do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So,
if anything, brother, we'll give your ass a slogan to help sell them motherfuckers, you know.
Mhm. Well,
you want one? You want one? You want one? I'll give you one right now. You want one?
Hey, go ahead. Go ahead.
The full word for the revolutionary. You know, why you cracking crackers in the head. You got to come up with something that, you know, fucking, you know, we know Nike and all that shit, but, you know, for the revolutionary, you know what I'm saying? And show a crack on the ground with a young nigga stomping him, and they're not getting dirty. That's why they're all black. So when the blood get on them, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm exaggerating, but you got to speak to these times, my nigga. You got to speak to these times, my nigga. Real talk.
Yeah, yo.
Slogan real quick, you know. That's what y'all niggas want to say. Oh, yeah, I can see myself kicking a cracker in the head with them. You know.
Yo, you wild with that shit, yo. I mean, let's get into the weather.
What you think they doing when they put on their boots?
No, he said they put on their clothes. I don't know. So, yeah, yo, you don't find me arguing on Hebrews, yo. That was, you know, setting them went on ahead and did another thing with that. I ain't doing that shit, man. I felt like I done beat that. I done won on that. I promise you, yo. I done won on that. And to be honest with you, yo, them dudes at the conference, the only ones that really wanted to step up on that. I wasn't trying to challenge them on that. I was teaching what I'm teaching, so niggas thought they was gonna jump up on that. So all right, there they go. You know, us is on that panel been going through this shit for the last 5-6 years, yo. I'm feeling like they the last of the pseudos. I'm feeling like once those pseudos get out the way, then we can go on and be Africans. That's how I'm feeling right about now. Yeah, they the last of the pseudos. Feeling them fading, you know what I mean? Delbert Blair fading, Anatomic Gold, all that shit's fading. Fading fast. The last ones holding it up is the Muslim and Ali Muhammad, you know what I'm saying? Inky, I think, well, shit, Inky kind of changed this shit up. He with New Covenant now. He wanted to be African Senate. So that's a little different twist they threw into the thing. I mean, but shit, he all out Muslim. He all out.
Hold on. When did New Covenant become African Senate?
Oh, it's like be trying. He be putting forth his best foot. And I'm pretty sure
that's that
we all don't agree on. You know what I mean? But he say he African Senate. I'm believing him to be that. It's a lot of points I don't agree. Some shit he don't agree with me. And a lot of shit y'all don't agree, and the back and forth. But at the end of the day, we fight for Africa. I'm thinking polite fight for Africa. Y'all don't think so? Look at this development. Right now.
No, I can't say that.
Okay, well, why?
Yo, because my grandma always said, yo, you don't have to tell everybody about your good deeds. You just do your good work. And when you do tell people about your good deeds, you get your blessings right there. Because that's what you wanted. You wanted notoriety. You wanted people to see you doing good things. That's why you said so. You don't have to. Good people. You know that they don't. They just do their shit and get on. They don't want no notoriety with it. And that's the reason I say when did he become an African? Because I study history. I know at the point that nigga wasn't African centered. He was in the same foundation you Nubians in their Bible. So I was amazed. I was amazed to see him go at the Hebrews because I know that. Shit, Malachi York trained in that Bible, so I know he was gonna cut them niggas up in their own books. But I also know that he stand more so on a Islamic, Masonic, Moorish, Asiatic black man type of vibe. I'm being real.
He ain't doing that no more, yo. He ain't doing that. Black ain't doing that shit no more, man.
Oh, you know why I'm saying that? All he gotta do is wear red, black, and green. Why do he feel the need to wear a different flag?
Oh, why?
What color your shoes?
Oh, yeah, that's something different.
What color your shoes, huh? What color your shoes, huh?
Different. You had to ask him, huh?
What color them biscuits you got coming up? Them red, black, and green biscuits, right? They red, black, and green, right?
Yeah, they red, black, and green, yo.
What color that nigga be teal, light, New Covenant? That sound like some church shit.
You had to, you had to ask him, yo. Why don't y'all get him on the show now?
I don't need him on the show. He a capitalist.
Been on the show before? Yeah, what?
Nope.
What?
A capitalist.
Capitalizing.
I would have him talk about finances and shit, with a strict plan. But I wouldn't have him talk about nothing about history and nothing like that, about politics and shit, because his politics gonna go where his money goes. If the money going this way, his politics gonna sway that way. I'm telling you, Unc. Listen what I'm saying, Unc. I listened to you in 2009. Remember when this shit was nice and small?
Yep.
Shit then blew up. They say when you talking truth, motherfuckers, the first motherfuckers that got wing of it was the religious nuts, the Hebrews. I'm just sitting in the cut.
Yep.
Look at all in the hip hop shit now. Everybody on talking some history now. We never had to change up. When you can't beat them, you part of them. When you can't beat them, you become a part of them. This is in Christian doctrine. Christians learn this. Fucking what's his name? Well, the nigga name. And they little fairy tale. God damn it, what's his name? He changed his name to Paul Saul. This nigga wrote the New Testament. This nigga wrote the New Testament and said he was the 13th disciple and never seen Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He said he was smitten on the road and felt, bottom line, that nigga couldn't beat him, so he joined him.
Yeah.
And they're trying to join us with the red, black, and green Hebrew war machine. No. You ain't got to use our. No, you ain't got to, and you ain't got to use that $1. We never had to. When you listen to Walter Williams talk, he let you know off the whim. I don't sell books to make money. I don't do lectures to make money. I have already acquired my money for that. Why does he say that? So that he doesn't even want you fathoming the notion in your mind that he's only doing this to get $1.
Mm-hmm.
So why is he doing that? So that you maintain his historical integrity as a historian. See what I'm saying? Because some historians do have integrity. Mikra has integrity. Sister Camille, Brother Bourne, Brother Little, Brother Raheru, Brother Cars, all the listeners, because we have integrity when it comes to the portrayal of African history, portrayal of social politics, economic, all that shit. It affects us directly. And when you stay grounded on that, you can spot these Johnny-come-latelys. You can't beat them, join them. That's the Christian mythology.
We've been on the red, back, and the green, yo. 2009 all day, yo. 2009, 2007, 2008, saying the same shit. Now it's popularized now. Now niggas want to get in. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. I totally agree with you, bro. But that's why we're going to keep kicking that African truth, though. And we ain't going to agree on everything, it seems like. We don't have to, yo. But nigga know me, yo, in my heart, yo, as Africa, yo, and I can throw all that shit away, yo, and I'll stand in the middle of nowhere, nigga, and fight for Africa, yo. Regardless. Butterball nigga with a motherfucking shotgun spear in my fucking hand, yo. I love Africa, yo.
With that said, it's 8:30 in California. Brother Bourne, can we get to that topic, brother? You going to stay and rock out with this topic we got, man?
Yeah, appreciate you there, man, Kara.
Yeah, no problem, man. We're going to go on, keep it moving. We're going to keep building. Because everything we're talking about really going to complement the discussion about evolution. What I was saying earlier, with what we're going to talk about is how the European basically had to change the environment in order to be in power.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Phone going up. You hear me?
Yeah, Born what? Born to go ahead and eat the mediator.
Yeah, we didn't count it hard. Born.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's get into that. Because that's interesting. Them bitches did change the environment, though, yo. They wouldn't make it. It's time to kill them. That's right, Zach. Trip. Go ahead, yo.
We're going to start this back up. See where we're going to go with this. But before we do that, our sister is on the and I know she's been listening intently. And I like for her, to come on there and move us forward. She ain't had a chance to speak the whole time. So, she would come in and give an assessment of the discourse, and we'll move forward into how weather, how weather's wild and what's happening in our environment out there.
Well, Brother Bourne, I think Brother Mikra express my sentiments on everything. At the end of the day, I do feel like our ancestors, science, or through science, learned or rediscovered the relationship between all things, and as they're supposed to have called it, Ra. And the thing that the Europeans who science we're talking about when we say science, or when some people say it, let me put it that way, when I heard it at certain points in the conversation, never goes back or never deals with the relationship that Africans have to Ra. That pigmentation, as well as the physiology of an African as opposed to a cracker beast, a.k.a. a white person, at the core is the relationship of Ra, or the lack thereof. The same thing in terms of when we talk about the components of nature. I heard the brother acknowledge that elements come from Ra. I'm glad to hear that. But at the same time, when speaking about the cracker beast theory of evolution, how those elements were considered to be a living life form when Ra was not. When Ra was considered to be an inanimated object, even though the brother did correct himself on that after the fact. The brother don't, to me, make that connection at the end of the day. And I lost my train of thought. What I was talking about in terms of life on the planet, vegetation, plant life, all of that has a relationship to Ra. When we're talking about things that affect what we want to call nature, okay, Mother Nature, you know, it is its relationship to Ra. When we want to talk about what is called Moon, which was a symbol of Aset, and also Tahuti as well at times, we're talking about a relationship, right, that the Moon or Jeb has with Ra, and its effect upon those two. I asked the question, how did the land come about? I asked that for a reason.
You want the answer?
Yeah, how did the land come about?
Probably volcanic eruption in the ocean.
And what does that volcanic eruption look like?
Ra, the sun.
Okay. Is that not the components that are at the core of the earth, supposedly?
Yeah. The core of the earth is burning. It's hot. Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's burning hot because it is of those components. That's why.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So that shows a likeness, does it not? Does it, in terms of, if we're going to be African-centered and think about things, it shows a relationship between qualities, you know, like how the ancestors had in their diagram showing the relationship of the four elements and their qualities.
I'm agreeing with you. And you on a point, you don't even know it. You on a point, but we're going to hold that point for the daggone conference. That shit going to get all worked out, yo. That I promise you. Shit you saying right now, yo, I mean, you tapped in on it, but I'm saying we're going to prove everything you saying.
But it takes us back to what our ancestors already told us. Well, what we can see. Forget somebody deciphering their writing. From their own drawings, we can see that they understood, that these African giant scientists understood that at the end of the day, we got a relationship to Ra. Ra, all things has a relationship to Ra. Even the Cracker Beast admits that in their so-called understanding of how things came about a billion years ago. I find it interesting. I got to find the name of the cracker right now. It escapes me. Who in the 1800s first came out with the theory that a billion years ago the sun was out, in the galaxy, and another sun came by, and the gravitational pull caused an explosion, and that matter became
Newton.
No, this is before Newton. This is not Newton.
Copernicus.
No, I'll tell you in a second. It's in John G. Jackson's Introduction to Africa. I'll tell you in a hot minute. But the point being, they didn't have the technology at that time to make that so-called assumption. So one has to then wonder how, not too long ago, the same people who thought the planet was flat, despite looking now, wherever they were at the time, if they were near water or had an aspect of the horizon on the beach some goddamn where, you can see that it's not square. All right? You can see the circular nature of the moon even when it's in a crescent. So it's interesting. But anyway, that all of a sudden, he would have this understanding that billions of years ago. But the point being is that it's speaking of being of the same substance of Ra, and that is what is at the core of these things. We can say for sure at the core of Jeb, because it manifests itself in the formation of molten lava. The same and they got the pictures. I got a picture of it myself, a damn poster, because astronomy is my little thing on the side. Used to be. Where it shows the sun looking just like the molten lava. And if you ever work with, and Ngozi would know, if you ever dealt with blood and you ever dealt with it and putting it in a centrifuge and being able to see it when it comes out and before it goes in and seeing it, you would see the same kind of thing going on, if you was allowed to see that happening in slow motion. We ourselves, our ancestors understood, had that same, whatever essence, substance of that same matter, because, as you know, we are 98.7, right, supposedly, the temperature. Well, Brother Ankh, 98 degrees is extremely hot.
Right. Let me ask you this real quick, sis.
Come on.
Let me ask you a quick question. Why do we given what you said, clearly shows that the African, our ancestors, had a profound understanding of their whole world, right? Given the amount of time they was on the planet, observation, of course, they could come up with this. Then I don't think we should be giving the European credit for motherfucking science.
We're not. Objecting to their theory, questioning their theory, is not saying that we don't have science and that we are not the progenitors of science. It's saying just the opposite. It's saying that we know these are the greatest lies on the goddamn planet. We know that everything they have done from a racial ideology. And our master teachers have told us this, that they got it in writing, that they're showing it, okay? So they're telling this. I mean, I'm offended for anybody who is all right with the ideal that these monsters got the right to tell anybody how they came about. When they whole shit, they can't tell you they shit. But they don't have a right. You just got here. So, okay, that's your opinion on it. We're coming out of the fog. We're coming out of the fog of 350 years not being able to read or write. It's being illegal. We're coming out of the fog of all that goddamn indoctrination of self-hatred through the religions of perversion, okay? And then right out of that period, the indoctrination through the goddamn curriculum, everything that causes you to feel inferior, though some of us are still able to excel, but a small, minute number. But the majority who come under that, and naturally so, Because, again, it's still stemming from that 350 years and so on, because your history is who you are. It is what affects your behavior today, all right? So understanding all of that, and that while we was in this, they all up in the motherland. They got time because we doing all the motherfucking labor to dissect our shit, you know, and scope history and scope science and scope the political science in a way that says we're by nature inferior and they're superior. I mean, let's be real. It was a time that the fact that we were being, Darwin saying that we were the original, the oldest people found in Africa, was also being used at that time to then suggest that means we were a savage closest to the motherfucking ape primate, where the goddamn Cro-Magnon cracker beast is now the figure of superiority, of being a Homo sapien sapien. We know that decades later, that shit got chopped up. But we see how they have used what we call academia to keep a certain racial ideology alive, and at the same time killing our own African mind, killing our own self-confidence, killing our own innate ability, our innate genius to shine. How a lot of us feel that the majority of the people that are in prison when it comes to our kings are those that really are the true warriors, those that really show the true genius. You know, it ain't no coincidence that they don't keep records on our asses as we're going through school from pre-K on up. It's not a coincidence, and I personally feel that we being identified, certain men that will be crucial to swinging things are being identified. But lastly, what I want to say is that none of this debate thing has anything to do with focusing our minds on the reality that we are still enslaved, that we have obligation to the ancestors that endured the Ma'afa to bring forth that retribution that all the master teachers called for. Marcus Garvey, down to Steve Coakley, demanded it. Dr. Khalid Muhammad demanded it, said that this is a reality that we have to focus on. So that's where we need to be raising our children in terms of when you're going into these places of learning, understand this other enemy, and your whole focus is to take what information you can, all right, so that you can help formulate Bibi for Hodie, all right, so that preparation is going on. So when that time comes, we are prepared to be self-sustained and to collect on that debt that's motherfucking owed on that cracker beast.
Black power.
Yep, Black African power. Black African power.
All right.
Kind of interesting there, Brother Bourne. Brother Bourne, can I ask you a quick question?
Interesting. Yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question, bro? Do you feel like everybody should be in the street? You know, you hear people say, you know, we need to be doing the work. Everybody need to be doing the work in the street. Get the community in the street. You realize
everybody should be playing their position, man. Everybody don't got the same position, man.
Yep. Thank you.
Play your position, but you should be doing it. Play your position.
Yep. Everybody can't be in the streets. Somebody got to be monitoring this nigga. And I just like to really say that the observation of the natural world, which is science, is far too powerful of a piece to allow Europeans to lead the way in that. I think it's a travesty that we have allowed him to get that far out there with the power of nature. And so that's why I mandate that African people study science. I mandate that we come up with new taxon systems. I mandate all of this. I mean, but the only way you can change the system is to get in the system and learn the system. You know what I'm saying? It's the same way the Europeans did, the same way the Assyrians did. It's the same thing, man. They came in, they learned, yo, and they added to, yo, and they come back and take Mama Africa, yo. So I think it's just crazy for us just to say, yo, we're not going. No. You got to get into school and learn all this you're supposed to learn. The same way the Arabs did the same fucking thing.
At the end of the day, all those people you mentioned took it by force at the end of the day.
No,
after taking their time to learn from the people you say they learned from, at the end of the day, they took it by force, and that is at the end of the day the reality, And when you talk about, I don't see working in the system is going to change it. History done showed us that shit ain't going to work. All right. At the end of the day, we have to have an understanding of destruction of this system and the formation of an African-centered system.
I wasn't saying that, sis. I was saying that you got to go to the universities, to get the. I mean, we're just delusional if we think there's nothing of value taught in the universities. That's just so crazy. I mean, the very cars we drive, the very cell phones. I mean, come on now. I mean, we that's a crazy argument to try to argue that. This is developed on the university level. Labs, technology, travel to space. I mean, not unless we got a conspiracy on that, they ain't never went to space, then that's a different old argument. But I advocate education and take your African mind with you and come back and educate some people. But that's what they did. The Asiatics came in, and they went back and took technology back to amongst the Asiatics. And there wasn't no homegrown technology they had. They got technology, learned shit, agriculture, did all that, and got strong enough to compete. That's all they did. They competed. So I say we sit at the same place the Asiatics sit. There's a hell of a lesson in that, and I don't even like the Bible. That's a hell of a fucking lesson, though. Learn your enemy. Infiltrate your enemy. Live with your enemy. Then defeat your enemy. That's exactly what the Hiscos did.
But the last part that you don't want to deal with is kill your enemy. You don't want to deal with that. I don't want to do it.
No, I just know.
You're leaving that part out. So we done did all that.
I'm not leaving it out. I'm not.
We done live with the monster. We know the monster.
What?
And in case your amnesia is to the extent that you don't, we got master teachers that will put here that put that psychological profile of the monster in wonderful works.
So you don't think I realize we're behind enemy lines? What do you think? What do you think I think I'm at? It's me. Come on, sis, it's me. You don't think I'm behind enemy lines? You don't think I teach my children that y'all behind enemy motherfucking lines? I mean, last time I checked, they kidnapped us. I mean, I teach my kids that the white man's the enemy. I mean, if you kidnapping people, taking them their own free will from their homeland, then you immediately become the enemy. And so the question is always this, and I can answer the question. I know the answer. The question is, when exactly does the white man cease to be the enemy? And I've never gotten a quality answer. No one can ever tell you when they stop being the enemy. So I know what all that entails. You know what I'm saying?
When one of us is dead, so that's what they're trying to kill us, because they're trying to kill us or minimize us down to a number that is totally able to breathe with them. So at the end of the day, war is only over when all the battles are fought. So, and the way that these battles are being fought, man, it looks like it's going to be more than just an economic win. It's going to be some physical destruction. And I say that on both sides, man, it's who is going to last to the end.
See, that's a good assessment, brother. And see, Sister Camille putting out what we meet, what the real problem is, bro. Because when you study Chancellor Williams' work, I know you study Chancellor Williams' work. For anybody who's listening, this has been a war ever since Greeks came to Egypt. And Sister Camille is right. We've tried civilizing them. That's what the whole context, historical context for Egypt, about what the Greeks were. We try to civilize the motherfuckers in hopes that they'll go back home and set their own shit up and won't bother us no more. It's not. The nature of the European is not set on that. And to understand that, this is where you go to Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark goes Dr. Clark is a master teacher who's going to go right into at least 10,000 year BC. Yeah. And he's going to put that frame out there, but he's going to go into the mind of the African. Now, even though Dr. Clark, an historian, and this another, blemish, Dr. Clark go into the mind that produced the individual based on his climate. And so that the individual you don't have to read too much to know this, because if you're black, you already know it. Dr. Clark gives you the temperament of the individual. The sun people, that's the African. The ice people, that's the cracker. And the sand people. Everybody wants to say that these people are the same. Dr. Clark say, no, we're not. You are the reflection of that sun-giving environment that produced you in Africa. The way you smile, the food you eat, the behavior patterns that you take reflects that God-giving land of Africa where the sun never set on. Right? The European, the Iceman, and the Sandman both have two things in common. Limited resources, and that first enemy is nature. Listen to what I'm saying. Their behavior. See, Dr. Clark said, we got this humanity about ourselves and shit, whatnot. But we it's hard to get into the psychology of a motherfucker who come from the desert, who come from the ice. Why? Because to some extent, we ain't never been in that type of environment. We can only look from the outside in. We can only speculate. But the temperament that produced that motherfucker is what the reflection of the world is now. Both. Now we talking about why we can't get. Let's talk about some. Let's get on some. Now let's move on to critical analysis so we can see what the problem is. Okay, we know it's black and white. Now let's be real. The European has made a lot of allies. He's in bed and always has been in bed with the Sandman, because they have two things in interest, not in common. They even though they respect their commonality regarding resources and not having none based on nature, but they stick together because of interest. Right? What are they interested in? Well, if we use the discussion me, uncle, and the family was having earlier based on natural selection, that means that if we use natural selection, nature chose them to be at the bottom of the food chain. Why would you say that, Mankara? Shit, look at the fucking environment that produced them. Then how do these goat herders and these savage cavemen come together and rule the world? Let's get into this. Savagery. It's so simple, it's hard for us to fathom. We think it's some grandeur, complex ass savagery. The same savagery you see on, Lord of the Rings, except they're not killing drones, they killing other motherfuckers. They have to give you demons or elves or something that they kill, so you don't see the savagery in the shit, but it's savagery. That's what it is. The Crusade campaigns, savagery. Same savagery going on now, just they in suit and ties. Motherfuckers don't want to deal with that. We talking about money when you got motherfuckers in the rest of the world who don't want to trade with America no more because they know that the dollar ain't they want gold, and America ain't got none. So they've been forcing motherfuckers to deal gold basically by gunpoint. Yeah, we're going to take this oil, my nigga. What you going to do about it? We're going to set up democracy. You motherfuckers can't set up democracy in your own country. Y'all don't even have gold in your own country. How y'all going to stabilize our economy? They don't. Dr. Clark said this. No motherfucking conqueror goes to one country to civilize it. You would have stayed home for that. All this shit going on in your house and you going around trying to civilize other motherfuckers. Damn, you must got your shit, your priorities in order, my nigga, right? And you gonna believe the cracker gonna tell you this? No. They come together. We come together in love and harmony and mutual respect for one another, and we respect the suffering of humanity and hardships and so forth, they come together with other motherfuckers who like the same savagery that they do. What's the proof? Look at all the nations that was in the slave trade. Look at any nation that indulges in slavery, and you tell me the environment that produced them. And they'll convince you that we needed Africans, so other Africans. Why do we need slaves? To some extent, we didn't even need to grow crops because shit just grew wild. People who grew crops, oftentimes the people who adapted, not evolved, adapted to try to turn nothing into something. And sometimes did. But it took some knowledge to do that. A knowledge of what? Not their genes. Knowledge comes in the form of experience. It ain't, okay, let's say we can never be all the same. Why? Because the African is the oldest. So we didn't all exist at the same time. That's the first thing you need to understand. That we've been talking like this, Europeans say, 200,000 years, 250,000 years. And that they just start talking like this, 15,000 years. Oh, yeah, the Neanderthals didn't talk, my nigga, they grunted. They didn't have a high boy bone. The Neanderthals didn't have the same dexterity in their hands that we got. Them niggas had short fingers, wide palms. They reflect the environment that produced them. Longbacks. When you study most motherfuckers in Arctic climates, they have long cores. Why? Well, if they mammals, they have to conserve heat, like Sister Camille was saying. They have to maintain that 98-point temperature that Amon-Ra programmed mammals to stay at. They have short limbs, and most animals with long torsos and short limbs, short arms and legs walk on all fours. That's why it looks funny when dogs walk on all fours, right? I mean, stand up on all twos because they all body, huh? That's the cracker. Huh? What's the proof? Megara, can you prove it? Yes. Athletic sports. Why do Europeans fathom at us? Why they can't dance? We talk because they was on all fours. So we're not all the same. They'll even admit it. They'll say they're infatuated with our primitive athletic abilities. Primitive, the fuck out of here. You motherfuckers are amazed that we can walk upright with such grace. You know how long it take a wobblehead white baby to learn how to walk? Do you know that the white child learns more and does more from the experience of your child than vice versa? Your child can become paranoid, low self-esteem by being in contact with their babies when their babies can get. Why? Because we dominant and they recessive. So, like Sister Camille, we need to quit romanticizing this shit about this European and we equals and all that shit. No. Now let's get into the topic for tonight. How we know this? Prove this. How we know all the same? Look at the environment. Any species is more or less dominant when it comes to protecting the environment, and will always protect their environment because the environment is what? Mainly to maintain their survival. And when we talk about survival in terms of reproducing. Why does the European shit where he eats? This is a topic. Anybody, if you're African, you can speak on this shit because we've been on the planet for a long time, and nature gonna talk directly to us. And you got to admit, this weather is changing. Shit is not what it's supposed to be. We're in synthetic times right now. You can't be having a synthetic mind, living in a synthetic world, living in a synthetic world in your head, but in actual reality, this is a real natural world. Nature's fighting the cracker. They say, now this is a biblical term, but I also heard this in other proverbs, that you can always tell the characteristics of a corrupt ruler, even if you never saw them killed to get into power. What do you mean? Well, what are the characteristics of a good ruler? There's no famine in the land. There's a good sense of economy. There's no killing. Crime is down, if there is a such thing as crime. Longevity of living is up. Nature is flourishing. Nature, in terms of, because men are in power, and we want to see men are the observers, that's the African is the observer. The African is nature's observer, because we've been in nature the longest. And that's why our power has always been through our connection with nature. Our enemies studied that. Why do you think Leopold never went to the interior Africa? Why? They fear disease. Nature is there. You crazy? My granddaddy told me when they first learned science that we are delicate people, even though they thought they were on top of the world, because they had African slaves. But when they learned in microscope, when they learned so-called science, they started studying their genes and ours, they started saying, oh. And you have motherfuckers start theorizing and writing books for the future. Well, our children need to know about this.
That's it.
And that's what's going on now. And we, just like they're the children of them racist crackers, we're the children of them rebellious ass slaves, the great-grandbabies. Taking more vessels, so like Sister Camille said, that was the same, and Brother N goes for him to say, I'm a proud African ape. That he confesses his ignorance with that comment. So how did European get into power? If you study history, you see that they look at Shaka Zulu. That's a good African warrior. When you see that, look at the geography. Was the contents of land. That cracker knew long as them niggas stay in their home environment, we gonna have problems. Why do you think there was so much, I'm gonna say, love and care and savagery, in terms of savagery, to get us over here? Why bring us here? Do they confess their knowledge of our past when they do that? If you're going to build a civilization, you might as well get the first people to make one. Even if we made them slaves. See, the picture I'm painting here is that the European always knew that they were inferior to us before they even got that motherfucking science. Prove it, Mikara. During the bubonic plague in Europe and other plagues that broke out, the myth among Europeans was that the African was immune due to our savagery, animalistic immune system. And you have white slave plantation on the strip, butt naked, and get into bed with African women in hopes that they will absorb his sickness. You also have white women allowing their white babies to suckle off black women. So they already knew that inferiority complex was there, because on one hand we savages and our dare, that's a oxymoron. We savages and whatnot, and we beasts, but that delicate purebred white baby can suckle. You would no. Even if they could, you would allow it to and promote it. That fucked the slave up. The slave, we the same thinking people we are now. We weren't in, and we go back to our little slave, little quarters, and so forth, and we be talking about how crazy these motherfuckers are. We start pitying them motherfuckers. Real talk. Now it's time we look at it. It's our duty to get rid of these motherfuckers. But they gonna get rid of them. They doing that right now. They doing that right now. Because see, they ain't just fucking with us. They fucking with everything.
They'll tell you it's the sign of, you gotta watch these little European videos. They'll put all this shit and they'll tell you it's the sign of God. No, it's your motherfucking racist ass uncle that's pouring all that shit in the ocean. God ain't got nothing to do with this shit. Okay? This is a, when you know the laws of the universe, this is a simple case of cause and effect, motherfucker. Karma. Shiva, Kali, Sekhmet. It's coming. And they know that. But here it is, a motherfucker that'd rather blow the world up. Like Dr. Clark said, if he can't rule it. But see, the temperament is, that shit is getting old now. And now motherfucker like, blow it up, motherfucker, blow it up then. Shit. You got the button. Let's go to this nuclear fallout. Fuck it. Let this shit jump off. And you know what? He wouldn't allow that to happen, really. Remember I said it's about timing. He wanted to go to war on his terms. He wanted to blow the world up on his terms. And that motherfucker would not blow this world up if he knew that Sister Camille, Brother Unc, feet on the ground. If an African would survive, because he know the potential of our capabilities, because nature is on our side, and if nature survives the fallout, niggas will live. Why do you think he threatened the planet first? Because that's a direct threat to us. If you really take the African is the naturalist, because we come from nature. We the only motherfuckers you see really respecting nature, still defending nature, promoting nature. If we, there must be an oxymoron. That cracker is the only motherfucker on the planet that can take something. He can take something as just anything that's raw material. He can just take some oil and then create 2,000 synthetic items, and then produces some shit that can't go back to the planet. Some shit that's radioactive. You see what I'm saying? That didn't belong in the planet didn't even produce itself. In everything he does. He sees something real, and the first his psychology is to make something synthetic from that that's real. That's him.
Black power.
Is it just me? Is it just me, Sister Camille? Please, chime in.
Not at all, King. Not at all, African scholar. Not at all. Not at all, African warrior. We've
been having fabric and textile for thousands of years. The cracker getting power. The minute he got oil, he got plastiques, nylon. That shit ain't real. And the best thing to tell it is now is how it take the fire. Most of the shit that it don't take nothing to blow up, because he can never build a pyramid, for example, because his psychology doesn't think like that. He can never produce anything that's enduring. I'll be watching the Discovery Channel, and they be having programs like, what's going to happen in the next 300 years if human beings died off? And they're showing how the city going to be dilapidated, and that not one of these tall-ass skyscrapers going to be standing. Why? Because the shit is stucco and concrete, and the motherfucker has to be refined every 5 years. See, they make shit that they make trinkets. Fool's gold. They will. I'm gonna use that in a metaphor. They would construct a pyramid of fool's gold and stucco. It wouldn't last. You know what I'm saying? It's like, for example, the European Hitler, Caesar. They bragged that they would produce a civilization that will last 1,000 years. That's a dream. He can't produce nothing enduring that long. He has a destructive mentality. You talking about psychosis? This motherfucker's crazy. What happened to the Greeks? Same shit finna happen to America with this homosexual activity. Motherfuckers don't know history. It's only successful when other motherfuckers take to it. Because European numbers are already dying, and they've been gay. They must turn the whole world gay. It's just the same. Why are you saying that, Mikra? It's just another product of what? Going against nature. It's the same shit. He cannot deal with anything natural.
To see an African wearing some real gold, wearing some clothes made out of natural things, looking at his natural state of mind, and you take a European, everything, this culture is infatuated by synthetic material. That's a psychology. Why do niggas say keep it real and crackers lie all the time? We talking about behavior. Probably because even in this sugar-coated white world, the Negro is the reality of this fake world. It cannot be fake unless the African was in the condition. That's why I love Amos Wilson. Unless the African was in the condition we are in now. And it must touch everything, even science. So we can't talk, well, why are they successful in science? Well, because they've controlled. It's mob tactics. You have to be smart. You control the motherfucker who is smart. Now, where's the smart guy at, Tommy? He teaches us something. Let's go talk to him, huh? He's gonna pay he's gonna have to pay us, right? That's all they do. Talking about extortionists. They go to primitive wartime. Oh, we'll make them talk. That's what the Arab and the Cracker got in common. Torture tactics. That's why Arabs blow themselves up. They got a long history of torture. So if they get caught and they known torturers, that'd be the best pain they inflict on them is their own tactics. So we got to study history and the behavior of motherfuckers. How are everybody doing well but us in America? And everybody that's doing well come from these same geography places and don't give a damn fuck about us. And don't give a fuck about other crackers back home. They're only getting along here because they got a common enemy. That's us. They can say, I hate fucking Tommy. I hate him to death. He's a fucking, right? You got some crackers that's atheists and some that's Christians. But what do they have in common? At least he still hates niggers. And if they may not say it directly like that, they still believe that they have to be in power or they have to be have the definitive definition of things. That's the same thing as by power. They may not say it, I have black friends and so forth, but if you listen, when they hear black people talking in power and talking in leadership, they'll train them. They train themselves not to say nigga around us, but you'll hear that inferiority complex talk. Well, I think you guys should have somebody, more professional around. The fuck does that mean? Professional. That's when you let a cracker in. That's his whole job. When it's a natural rebellion and order of things, he gonna come with some things to break a nigga up. If you can't beat him, join him. Now, what they say, what you do in the dark gonna come to light. Which y'all seeing, everywhere. Bad weather. That's the reflection of this shit, man. They ain't Jesus Christ coming back. No, that's the reflection of the cracker putting tons and tons of shit in the ocean. And that shit just now coming back up. He told y'all that motherfucking, that oil spill, we got it contained. And you ain't seen no more footage since. Out of sight, out of mind. You got fucking fish all the way up, pulling up, We dealing with, nature know who the enemy is. Nature, the motherfucker, as Brother Ken Bone said, the only nigga on the planet is the nigga destroying the water, the earth, polluting the skies. Who is that? Then they're gonna tell you what successful is. Successful is what? Destroying your house for a temporary little run in fame and power? No, I'm straight, homie. That's why it's not gonna last long, because the shit that they did to get it. For real. And those that came first, I believe that. I know that to be true. Those that came first should be last. Nature's still on our side. Nature creating some fucked up, weird shit to kill these motherfuckers off. But nature, the African program. But nature ain't making no distinction neither. We eating more like them. We smelling like them. You know what I mean? But I'm saying, who gonna be the one that's gonna, defend? It go more than this black power, man. This, we got to defend the planet from this motherfucker, man. I be looking on TV, man. They be experimenting on everything gets the same treatment. The white coat treatment.
Got to cut it open, kill it, dissect it. I'll be in labs, maybe, I'll be feeling bad for baboons because they do a lot of experimentation on baboons. And you be seeing them, man, but we need to quit romanticizing this shit like it's all cool, man, and we start looking like where the fuck this planet gonna be in the next 30 years if we let this motherfucking cracker run out of hand like he is. And niggas ain't gonna be able to evolve out of that. Telling you, they just passed this shit right now in England, but they created some shit now where they can splice 3 individuals' DNA together and make a baby. They're able to take, a woman come with her eggs, and they're able to take 3 motherfuckers, 2 niggas, and put it in, and they approve that shit. Why did Hitler come out with the sperm bank? Damn. Who did Hitler? Hitler liked eugenics. Okay, eugenics are social Darwinists. Oh, these are those elite people we was talking about earlier. Not these elite motherfuckers. These motherfuckers who said if we allow the Negro to stand, if we allow things to stay in the natural order of things, we're gonna be off this planet. But they gotta want every heart of, they're gonna do it indirectly. If you can't beat them, join them. And they've mastered that shit. How do they get these African converts? But when you come to shore, you befriend one of them, see how weak they are, kill them off, get their children, raise them children, and sneak. We're talking about a generational process. We talking about no 6-month takeover. No, we talking about because when they came here, remember they ain't got. What the fuck they want to go back to? Why do you think they don't want to leave? They have no. Wow, this is a lot better than Europe. Feel me? And the next thing you know, you see them popping up, and then they always use Cold War tactics. They have to, because numbers ain't on their side. Listen to the story of Idi Amin. And then I was a young boy. Remember, he grew up in Uganda after Uganda and Kenya used to be called Zanzibar. Zanzibar was the biggest Arab slave port in Africa. They abolished slavery, I think, in 1820, something like that, 1815, something like that. And that became after, even though the Turks was running all of mostly right, but they let the Arabs run that shit. So when the Turks lost, that shit, and I think a little skirmishes, that shit became a British mandate. So they called it Kenya and Uganda. Look at how they got. So Idi Amin came right after that World War I. After World War II, he came at the World War II stage. And listen, the British came in, and when they was fighting in Burma, what the fuck the crackers doing in Burma? Dope, heroin. See, when you put history together, you get to see the opium drug wars. I saw Amos Wilson. This cracker been everywhere running drugs and dope and mayhem, chemical warfare. He only dominant when he can get you to question your natural order of things. He put a bug in your ear. Yeah, man, y'all just sit around this fire, man, and talk about y'all history. That's all y'all do. Put a fantasy in your ear. The best fantasies go for youngsters. You know where I come from? Well, we have machines that fly. And they show you one, wow. Or before then, a trinket or something. But it's for deceptive purposes. No matter if it was a trinket or a gun, it was whatever value that the people had that, that's what they wanted. Boom. That's what they used. They like guns, give them gun, give them a few guns, whatever. They like beads, give them beads, and they did a lot of trading with beads. We talking about 007, first spy, first trader, double agents. Because the ones we talking about,
couldn't go back home. We talking about the trash of Europe. Them dukes and lords, they wasn't getting their hands dirty. They was sending them house, their little henchmen to go do the dirty work. And the henchmen don't get the glory, just like you see now. Except they just made, they were doing this to their own people. That's what something we got to understand. Look how fucking dead Europe is now. Somebody tell me one export out of Europe other than all fucking Italy got is tomatoes and onions. That's it. We ain't talking about small food. We talking about resources. Ain't gonna find it. So we know what the fuck is going on. These individuals who got these parasitic type coaches and move nomads, murderers, and they move on. That's why they know America from the fall. They didn't build this motherfucker to last. It could never last because look how it was built. Look how it was founded. The murder and destruction of Native people. So they know this is short run. This is the international block, my nigga. And motherfuckers who do good is motherfuckers who come over here from the other blocks. Motherfuckers who can't go back home. Be Africans that come over here, Arabs that come over here. They all, it's anti-Americans everywhere on the planet. And the ones who get to come over here are the ones who are patriotic towards America. We got to know this.
Ashe. Brother Bourne, you was going to add something before, I went on a tangent. And forgive me, family, for going there like that. But I do just want to say it's an introduction to Africa on page 37. The Cracker Beast's name is Sir James Jean. He was born 1877. And he's the one where I mentioned that had that theory about how Ra was out there and then another sun came by in gravitational pull, and how I was questioning how he could even have that assumption on his own. When you don't have when they didn't have the technology then, as they supposedly do now, to make that kind of, to have that kind of data to come up with that kind of theory.
Mm-hmm. We question, everything. Because we watch some old kung fu movies. The good teacher, before they teach you anything, they're gonna ask you what you gonna do with the knowledge, right? The student may want to kill your ass. You know what I mean? You nigga, you had a kung fu match 3 years ago and you killed my daddy. But I know I can't beat you. But if you teach me, nigga, I'm and the teacher who goes strictly off ego, yes, I'll teach you, and you'll be one of my good students. And so, never make the honest and the question the student, what you gonna do with the knowledge? And by asking that, you'll see, I've noticed, little one, you've been raised for in your teachings is, why you want to know this shit? You seem kind of like you hurt. Nigga, you want to kill me. You see the point I'm making, but always ask the motherfucker what they're going to do with the knowledge. You can use that first time to get a better perspective.
Oh, Ashe. Brother Mikara, I just want to add something there real quick to the family that, you don't have to go to these universities to acquire knowledge of yourself and the world around you. John G. Jackson, who I mentioned earlier, is somebody who did not go. He went for a minute, but he never graduated college. Dr. John G. Jackson is somebody else. And also, in his Ages of Gold to Silver on page 2 and 3, he gives you a little bit more detail on the origin of the theory about how the Earth began 4.6 or some say 4.5 billion years ago in relationship to what I mentioned earlier, Black Power.
Yeah, Black Power, that. I was going to ask the question, what the fuck does intelligence look like? If a motherfucker think it's a doctor, they think it's a nigga with a title, or a doctor who look like they wearing a doctor's uniform, intelligence comes in all facets and forms. In fact, the most unorthodox knowledge comes from industry. School put restrictions on your mind. It put you in a box where you can only go so far. And the most genius minds are the ones who can think outside their box. And a lot of them don't go to college. Shit. A lot of them don't go to school. Shit. The most motherfucking we can use this for econ. Most millionaires don't go to college. So it's the knowledge that start off with, a question that you have that you got to start off with a question about yourself, about where you come from, and where that take you, and boom. But I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, you ain't got to. In fact, I know a lot of motherfuckers in school, they ain't got half as common sense as motherfuckers who ain't in school. So that's people I've seen that's been successful are motherfuckers who go when they a little older, because they know what to get from it, and they have already interpretation of what's just gonna be out for, whereas babies, they think it's all honest and it's politically correct and politically neutral. No, they dare to put white seeds in your black baby's mind to turn them into neo-colonialists, to turn them into recruits. That's what the whole thing for school is, to get you on the team, to get you to act a certain way. But you got to act a certain way. Behavior is important.
Ashe.
Mhm.
If you're not speaking the truth, King, why did Dr. John Henry Clarke say that the way to oppress a people is to educate them? Okay? Dr. Amos Wilson. Little quote. When we deal with, a quote that I read the other night on the show, when we deal with an assimilationist leadership that sees solutions to our problems as getting our children more soundly educated in these lies, we are going to see a decline and the destruction of African people who think that their salvation is one of being educated by the very people who destroyed them in the first place. Why is it that the arbiter of truth, the validators of truth, are the very people who lie to us most? How is it that this education makes a people backwards, such that the first people they believe are the people who lie to them the most? That the first validators of truth are the people who have manipulated their very lives through lies and deception?
That's the purpose for schools. Y'all seen that shit? In that little report I put in there on the news, they said that they're making it now where teachers can use deadly force on students. I'm like, well, that should tell motherfuckers right there. And if you are in school, You might as well be grown, because if they're gonna use deadly force on anybody, better be a grown motherfucker. So yeah, my babies only need to go to their schools. And when my babies do, if my babies do go, they're gonna be grown. They're going there, looking for something that's gonna be solely beneficial, not something that they're looking to integrate into. You see what I'm saying? So that's his agenda. It's so thorough. We can be scientific and analyze this shit, because he uses it on sex politics. Now the question we got to ask is, what the fuck can this cracker teach our babies that mama can't teach us and daddy can't teach us? That's the psychology right there. Because that's the first thing you question. They must be, the kids learn who in power early. And when they see the urgency in which your mother and father encourage you to go to school, it's almost like mama and daddy may get in trouble if I don't go to school. And that's really the overall punishment that they kind of serve. Y'all notice that? That's to teach your kid that there's a higher power other than mommy and daddy. Well, at a young age, the kids shouldn't know that. The kids should only know that the only power that's relevant is mommy and daddy. Now you got programmed behavioral issues. 4th and 5th grade, they come back talking smart now, challenging mommy and daddy. Why? Because they know mommy and daddy answer to these white folks. See the point I'm making? That's what they learn. And then what they do, another thing is they severing the relationship with the child and the mama earlier and earlier. When it was coming up, think you had a woman, after she had a child, think like a week or something in the ward, same day. You had that motherfucker, tomorrow they're kicking you out. And then because of the economic crunch, those are our family members who trying to, work for a living and are working for a living, got to get right back out there. So you got little man, creek, 6 weeks. I'm seeing daycare as young as 6 weeks. 6 weeks to 12. I'm like, damn. Now, y'all know them a 6-week-old child need to be with their mama. You know what I'm saying? And the society should be lenient on that. There shouldn't be no stress on the mother, in terms of finances, or she should be able to take them, they should already know it's coming up. Because if it's a good job, a so-called good job where they provide you with paid health care, they will be on your health. They will know already. Oh, yeah, we've seen that you're pregnant and so forth, so we know your doctor told us that your due date was so forth, so we already scheduled you. You see what I'm saying? They want to know everything about you that's divisive, but they don't want to know everything about you to help you. This is a crooked-ass system. Now, they already know your bank account number, right? When you work at a job, to send you your money. They got your social. But that's only for a tax write-off, so they can't be accused of overworking your ass and be slaves. And we're giving them health care and shit. But I know sisters will be going and apply for and getting 30% of their pay. What the fuck? Sometimes they're getting penalized because they say they didn't inform the job establishment in a timely manner. Oftentimes they do, but y'all see the bullshit I'm talking about. This is a crooked-ass system. It's not meant to survive. If you look at other nations, education be free because it's healthcare, because it's really in terms of refining the culture for next generation. America, no. It's the only culture that, we talking about whites now, who extort the younger generation. That's a good. See, something's happening among Europeans. Baby boomers. European baby boomers. Social Security is working too well. And it's penalizing Europeans because what's going on is they have more elders than they have youngsters. And these old, stubborn cracker motherfuckers are willing to, they'll kill off little motherfucking grandbabies for that pension. They ain't got that tough now. Y'all, I be watching serial killings and cold case files, and it be for money. Always for money. This is white on white crime, but it's family in nature. And they tell you all the time, this is from Europeans. I'm hearing another European tell another European, yeah, Tom, these are white slaves. White slaves. When you grow up, you ain't gonna be retired. You 75. Why is it going back? Because the age expectancy is going up for Europeans. You know, motherfuckers who work 30 years will get in their retirement. And I don't know if it's y'all, but I know in California they popping up retirement homes everywhere. Is it out there, just come here? Y'all got these retirement homes popping up? I call them low budget senior citizen projects. They popping up anywhere. I don't know if anybody. They popping up everywhere out here. So this is a system that's set up, where the elders have no problem with wiping out. Same thing happened in Nazi Germany. They had no problem wiping out the younger generation to preserve their own. In fact, it's encouraged. But it's good to see Uncat call in. So you only call, nigga, if I wasn't saying nothing that was truthful, he wouldn't have called in. But it's cool. We got to air that out. Because he running around saying we came from monkeys, man. He worse than them crackers, man. We got to put that on. Put some concepts out there so he can think about. Somebody in the microwave.
He also got away with not dealing with what Brother Bourne had hit him with as well. At the end of the day, what you broke down as well, the position that the family have on that issue. And Brother Bourne explaining it, specifically the same way you did, and that wasn't addressed.
Yeah, I noticed that too. He kept jumping around, Brother Bourne, like, no. He keep bringing up new words and contexts. Let's stay on one thing and break that down. And then let's think about it for a minute. You know what I'm saying? We defensive people, but we should be defensive in regards to our history. When it comes to their shit, I have no problem with studying European history because, first off, I know it's going to be some way out shit. And it's going to be something that's going to be beneficial to me to understand these motherfuckers a lot better. You see what I'm saying? I don't get defensive at all. I only get defensive when niggas take their concepts. See, what Unc doing is trying to take everything that whites created and try to blacken it up. Science don't belong just to one people. We created science because we the foolish people on the planet. But other motherfuckers got it. And the problem with it is how they're using science. How they using, and science come from the root word seal, which means to know. So how they using knowledge? Know is to know the areas, to know the ledge is knowledge. So what are they doing with the knowledge? They're weaponizing it. That's all they're doing, weaponizing it. Because they're war-orientated people. They're stuck on war and hate, savagery and barbarism, and they ain't evolved to spirituality and civilization. European has never made a civilization. They've only created societies. America's a society. Why? It's not a civilization. Because in civilizations, you have strict morale or you have an adherence moralis. Let me get my terminology right. You have an adherent morality system in which everybody has to be civil about. For example, the Nile Valley. That's a civilization. Why? Because every man, woman, and child, whether they be old or young, all felt it was their duty to tend to the Nile. Right? That being one common civil thing they can agree on, makes it a civilization. America can't agree on shit because it's chopped up nations. Not just chopped up nations, just was founded on rape, murder, and genocide. And even in Europe, same thing. And they can't even agree on their savagery. Now they pointing fingers, but shit. The number one target on white people's list is still white women, believe it or not. The serial killings, when you look at random serial killings, they're still Caucasian women. They ain't hanging niggas, but, you know, they still killing their own self off. But, you know, you wouldn't get in that light. But that's what it is. So, yeah, this is what's going on the planet right now. People see it, you know. You got to watch what you see on TV because they'll say, look, this is the sign of the time. Look, that's called manifest destiny.
Ashe.
Or you take something and you take the catastrophes. You know what I'm talking about, Sister Camille. You take the catastrophes in the Bible and you stage the shit in catastrophic proportions, and it seems as if it's falling right in order. Like, oh, look, see, it's God. Man, they rewrite the Bible every day, every year. They add something to it, updating it. So, you know, if you ain't got no old, and I don't know nobody with no old 1611 Bible, because can't nobody read Latin or Old English back, you know what I'm saying? But, yeah, that's called manifest destiny. That's why I say, like Dr. Clark say, the reason why they tie into everything that's ours is because that's their lease on life. And the best misery we can inflict on them, leave them in their misery. Why would I say that? See, we can escape, feet on the ground, everybody feet on the ground, we know the history of that Bible, we know that shit fake as hell. But even the cracker who's suffering from his other racist cracker cousin, well, they are racist, but his other cracker. Like, you got crackers who doing these videos and shit on the weather, and they saying it's God, the Bible. They can't escape that Bible. Even the ones who want to do good. Well, they can never do good, but the ones who don't want to, you know, be a part of the bigger picture, but they want to be on top. They still want to run shit. You know, even when you got like look at it, like Eminem or something. Eminem hang with niggas, but he still got to be the top MC. Like I was saying earlier, you know, he's professional. You know, they'll come up with some concept that you're not, but you know, like the NAACP, they got a nigga now running it, but he ain't the real head nigga in charge. So puppet shit, man. Niggas' eyes are open. But go ahead, I gotta check on my babies. Go ahead, y'all. Trying to feed them.
Black Power, Brother Bourne. Black Power, Brother Bourne, you still on the line?
Well, I like to say, man, I love the way that the brother Mikara broke that down, you know. He smashed that evolution shit, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never heard it broke down so eloquently, You know what I'm saying? Shit, I want to say I say to the brother. You hear me? Deaf to that bullshit.
Power. Well, brother, thank you for speaking up on that and giving Captain Africa his due respect, because it was clear that he chopped that up.
I say. I think I even heard Unc had to give me props on that. You know what I'm saying? That's a good conflict, though. You know. Me personally, when they start talking about all that, you kind of lose me in a way, you know what I'm saying? So I just sit back and learn from y'all, you know, because that ain't really been nothing that I really ever really just spent time really studying on. You see what I'm saying? As far as evolution goes, you lose me right there. But I say that I like the way the brother put it. So I'm going to say from here on now, fuck that evolution shit.
Black Power, King. I say the same thing. Fuck that evolution shit. It means nothing to me. I don't give a damn what the crackers say. You know? And, brother, you got, I think, Civilization of Barbarism by Dr. Sheikh Anthony Diop book.
Yes.
I think you got that.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, and, you know, definitely read it from a discerning African eye. You know, I'm rereading it myself right now. And out the gate, it's clear. You know, they just lying. That's really the bottom line. So until I have my own shit or one of my family members on the line to do shit, I know that it's going to be right and exact. I'm confident on that. I'm good with what we already got. I'm good with handling the premise that we always been here. I'm good with that.
I say to that.
Because you know what, King? What's the reality? Who can prove that ain't the case? Just like you can't prove the theory of evolution, you know?
I know Showcase No Cracker that just came 15,000 years ago say nothing about it. So they should be the last one to speak about what happened at the start of the world.
Okay? You know, they can speak for their goddamn self. But we'll speak for us.
Well, business. But the boy said he could hear us, but he with his little brother right now, he can't talk.
Okay, well, Black Power to that King and to his, you know, his brother who's a king as well. That's what it's about, anyhow. You know, bonding, and that's what we do. And you're right, Brother Minkara did a beautiful job.
Man, that nigga deserved the standing ovation for that one.
Okay.
That's so beautiful. So, square business. Let me ask this, Quinn. How did you feel about the whole, you know, the cracker beach? You know what I'm saying? Doing to our sister out there, man. You know, in Texas. You know, when I hear it.
Oh, you know, King, sick to my stomach. just like all of them, hurting inside. Because, we already know. We already know how they do. The tag for them is to protect and serve, right? So that means you really shouldn't be in my neighborhood now unless I call you.
Quite a bit.
Unless, there's a problem, somebody call you, boom. But you patrol our neighborhood. You don't do that with your own goddamn neighborhoods. You come into our neighborhood as a predator and we're the prey. Or whenever you see one of us driving by, we're always the prey. And now, this is a sister who clearly, there's racial stereotypes of who we are, caught them right away, just off her image, not knowing that she's actually going to get a job at her former college, her alma mater, and that she's also a college graduate that went through their institution, right? And for her not signaling, it's get out the car because she don't put out her cigarette when you tell her to and she ain't got to. See, that's that slave bullshit mentality, yo. They got their motherfucking mind. That results into her being tousled to the ground, head banged on the ground, your knee on her back, handcuffed. Then 3 days later, she's supposedly hung. The same jail now, or the same sheriff where this shit had happened to another family member in 2012. And then somebody hit me with the shit today that her so-called mugshot picture has to be with her lying on the floor.
That show you the extent they'll go to look out for each other. You know what I'm saying? That show you the extent they go to look out for each other, man.
When everything in their educational system says that they are the progenitors of intelligence, that's what we're talking about here now, right? Intelligence.
Mm.
If everything says that they're the progenitors of intelligence, they are the originators of all that you are learning, then if you're not like them, if you are not them, what are you supposed to feel in return? How are you supposed to look at your people? How does that not hit the psyche of a child?
Man, for real.
Of a teenager, huh? Even when you're in college, you may have been able to numb yourself of feeling that on a conscious level, but that shit has to register. That's what's going on right now, right?
For our business.
Can you win school?
See it all the time. You hear me? Hear it in the teaching all the time. Yeah.
It helps breed that inferiority. It helps breed us not supporting each other. You know what I'm saying? Economically, when people want to talk about what we don't do with economics, boom, 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 bang.
I always thought, man, that if this had ever happened to a black woman with a revolutionary bone in her body, man, you know, that we might can see might can see, you know how every time something like this happens, right, the next day we hearing, I forgive them, you know what I'm saying, you know, this and that, we don't want no trouble, we don't, please have peaceful protest, all that bullshit, right? Mm-hmm. And I just hear how the queen just spoke to him, you hear me? And just give me hope, man, you hear me? Just like she knew what we talk about every day about this about this cracker system. You know what I'm saying? She knew that this shit was some bullshit. So she was an awake person. She wasn't no, person lost in no book. I mean, I don't know about that part. But you know what I'm saying though? Like she knew that it was issue out here. She was aware of what was going on at the time. You hear me? So if she aware, that she probably had multiple conversations with her moms about that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I hear her mom speak, man, it just say, man, look, you hear me? That's what the warriors need out here, man, is for the queen to say, man, go. You hear me? Instead of every time, y'all don't do, you know what I'm saying?
Or praying on Jesus. I want to thank you for sending that, Timmy King, or praying on Allah, because the sister said this is war, and that's the first time I've heard that,
that's
from a mother whose child has been, robbed from them by a cracker beast or those that are upholding, this goddamn racist society. First time.
I say to that. Just made me feel so good to hear, you know what I'm saying? And let me know, we are seeing the shift in what's happening. You hear me? We seeing that shift, man. People getting tired of that, you know what I'm saying? They getting tired of hearing that let's go sing about it bullshit. They getting tired. We done sung about it. We done rapped about it. We done goddamn rock and rolled about the shit. Shit. Niggas tired of all that bullshit. Niggas now it's a different day. You hear me? Shit. And when the queen say press go, you can't be a man and sit there and not go. You hear me? You can't call yourself a man if you don't go. And the queen
Black power.
You hear me? So what the fuck is you here for?
That's real. I'm just saying, we talking about producing legacies where we got grandmas talking to her grandbabies, telling them about the wars of the granddaddy. And granddaddy's still living. You know what I'm saying? Granddaddy's still living. You know what I mean? That type of shit, promoting that shit. Yeah, you right. Especially if your grandmama tell you who your enemy is and tell you it's that white man, baby, he the devil. You got to get rid of him. You from a boy, you gonna be a man. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. You're gonna be itching for that chance to get at it. You hear me? And that's what you see with the youngsters today, man. Every time they pop that shit off in Baltimore, man. Who was it came out to really try to slow that shit down? These old motherfucking bitch ass niggas. Get your bitch ass out the way, my nigga. You hear me? If the queen would have said, man, go. You hear me? Them niggas would have fucked up 3 or 4 more Walgreens and CVS's. You hear me? But that's how it goes, What we call revolution, they gonna call it a riot. You know what I'm saying? Whoever control the information, that's who go control the you know what I'm saying, the spread of it. You hear me? That's who control the truth.
Right. Hey, you watched that lecture, family?
What's that?
That Amos when he said revolt or riot.
No, I ain't never seen that one. But shoot, it sounds
man, you
good.
spoke right on it. That's exactly what he said. Yep, right what you said. He said exactly that right there. What you said, and that's something to analyze because it's black and white, but it's all these other motherfuckers in the middle. And when we having our little snaps, and I call them revolts, the European likes to portray them as being riots to the other motherfuckers, to the non-whites, non-Africans, to like the Latinos and the Asians. And it comes off like, look, see, these Negroes are holding back our perfect plan. See, we can't do nothing with these niggas. See, look at the nigga. Just look at the nigga. You see what I'm saying? When we represent the reality of that falsehood. And he can pick and choose, like, to call a revolt, oh, they're revolting.
that means that there's some bad in the system. But because America dirty as a motherfucker, and even if they were guilty, they would never want to appear guilty because they want to stay in power. So they'll militarize up before they give in. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And see, revolts are dangerous because revolts, the ideology of revolts go both ways. So you'll have motherfuckers on the white side who eventually start giving them like, man, shit is kind of wrong, man. So what they're doing right now, the European knows this, and they're refining these motherfuckers, desensitizing these motherfuckers. It ain't not one patriot in America anymore because they got rid of the Patriots. The Patriot Act got rid of the Constitution. This is a militarized motherfucking country now. Real talk. They focusing on us because we unruly. We have the most capacity to be unruly. Why? Because it's a fucked up system. But really what we've seen is America get hijacked by Eastern Europeans. That's why I like it. Y'all been looking on the news. America, when you look at the Obama whole thing, Eastern Europeans backed Obama. The most motherfuckers who complain about Obama are Western Europeans. They pissed off because the Eastern Europeans, the Jews, beat them to the punch. They were supposed to bring in, like, have you ever talked to some white people? Even, you get around, I heard the KKK meeting, right? I'm watching this little show on YouTube, this KKK little thing, it's an old one, too. And the nigga was hearing them niggas go off, and he walking up, he talking to the KKK, and the KKK supposedly hate niggers, right? But the KKK is trying to turn the nigga into a convert because the KKK said, I don't know why you arguing with me, the Jews the problem. And I'm like, whoa. Now, if you understand that, you understand how pissed off they are at these Eastern Europeans because the white supremacists in America blame the Jews for more shit than niggas. Y'all know that, right? No niggers, no spics, no Jews, right? Am I lying? No Jews. But how Hitler? Sister, come here. Ain't Hitler half Jewish? Now this is something else fuck motherfuckers up. Jesus is a Jew. So how are you a white Christian who say you hate niggers, you hate Jews, you hate Jews, but you worship a white cross with a dead Jew on it? I'm confused.
Oh.
My dad said that used to be the talk. See, he like, oh, I told him about black Hebrew. So what the fuck's a black Hebrew Israelite? He said, when I was coming up, you just dead the argument. He said, they stopped saying it now, y'all time. He said, but Jews killed Jesus. Y'all know that, right? Who cares about a Jew killing another Jew? I said, damn, Daddy, you cold. Why in the world crying over a Jew, a bunch of Jews plotting to kill the Jew?
Killing each other. For a minute. Oh, shit.
And that's how I took it, fam. I said, damn, because it ain't no realer than that, huh? That's why I like Dr. Walter Williams, because he show you how the Jews beat the Christians to the punch. When they had the three Gospels ready, the Jews wrote the fourth Gospel. And the Jews were smart enough in the fourth gospel to make sure that they put Jesus was a Jew. That's why I knew what he said was truthful, because if Europeans wrote that book, they would never put that in there, right? Jews would have had to put it in there. And because Jews couldn't write, they couldn't change it.
And brother, it's some same Eastern Jews that created Zionism. And I was watching something today with Steve Coakley, who was building on that, on the fact that they, the WASP and the Eastern Jew having conflict. And he showed how political events, particularly in the 60s, that brought forth what transpired in the 70s, and not just here but worldwide, was a result of that conflict. And another thing that he dropped was how Skull and Bones it's the charter for here that happened in 1835 at Yale. They got their charter out of Germany. So I find all of that relationship interesting and significant. Understanding it's the German who Hitler who came at the motherfucking Jews.
My sister Camille, for people who may not know, can you tell them what the word WASP means?
White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. 13 colonies. That motherfucker.
Thank you, Sister Camille. She's sharp. And there is a difference, if niggas don't know, between the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant and the Eastern European Zionist. Am I getting it right, Sister Camille?
Black Power, and thanks to you, as why Sister Sharp are getting sharp, because you're the one who put me on to Professor William Mackey. Black Power to you, young African warrior scholar.
It's not. Ain't no copyrights on information. It's all our information. So, I'm just putting out memories we should be remembering. That's all. You know what I'm saying? But I'm citing the workbook. Yeah. So we need to know that they got family issues of their own. Real talk. The Western European is the Anglo-Saxon Protestant male. And you have the Eastern European. And what's funny is when you study history, like when we did that extensive series for Dr. Walter Williams, you see that what was I just going to say? Damn. Let me put this good. Damn, Mary Jane, she just said, "Come here, nigga, give me that thought. Give me that motherfucker." Damn, let me put this motherfucker down. But when Walter Williams worked, he shows how the Jews created that split between the Catholics, I remember now, and the Protestants by creating the Protestant church. They furnished and harbored the ideologies of Martin Luther. Taught them the Jews taught the Western Europeans how to read. The minute them niggas knew how to read, they went into Dr. Clark, Walter said the first Renaissance was, what did he say, Sister Camille, of writing, and the other one was architect, something like that.
Mhm.
So we see that, and then I always wanted to, because they like to paint this picture that the Vatican been around since Rome, and that's a fucking lie. That's the biggest lie. And only because they want you to believe the Vatican has always been the seat of Christianity and not the Hagia Sophia. I even asked the cracker about Sophia, Sister Camille. I remember looked at me, the Hagia Sophia, a Christian motherfucker. Yeah, the Hagia Sophia. I don't know what that is.
Look it up. I sure went for the telecrack. I said, well, look it up, buddy. It's important for history. So, yeah, see, and what's weird about the white, he don't have to know the history to be in power and survive. Because it's based off domination, like Sister Camille said. They don't have to know their history to be in power. We have to know our history to remind us why we need to fight for it. That's all.
I say.
That way we can say, remember, brothers and sisters, before that cracker got here, man, we can finally get back to finishing them pyramids, man, my nigga, you know.
Shake it.
Like, you keeping us from our work. Like, what work are you talking about, Negro, man? We trying to finish the pyramids, man. God damn. Because obviously, nobody want to pick up where we left off, because they don't think like that. Peace.
Ashe, they don't got that African confidence in themselves.
You mean you want us to donate 30 years to try to build this motherfucker right here? 30 years? He ain't. But see, in antiquity, the average cracker was living to be 35. The Neanderthal, the oldest Neanderthal, when they look at the bones, and he was the elder. And that nigga had a hard life. He had one leg. He had, yeah. The wrist was missing. Skull fractures. And he looked like a man that was in his 60s, but he was 35. 35. That was a life expectancy for Neanderthals. Why do you think Christopher Columbus was so much in a rush to go discover the world? Because crackers was. This is the first time they've been living long, and it's been because they've been around us.
Ashe, that African breast milk.
But they're calling it, you motherfucking monkey. Do you think you can suck on my children later on tonight? Like, you niggas is hypocritical. The cracker is hypocritical. That's Malcolm. Malcolm stayed on the psychology that the cracker is very hypocritical. It's hypocrisy. It's impossible for America to fix the race problem. That's how we should look at it. It's impossible for America to fix the race problem. So that's what Malcolm was. Malcolm sound like, you know, we all got the reflection of that rebellion, but they sound very much similar when you hear them talk. Because Malcolm talking about psychology. He talking about behavior. It's impossible for the European to solve the race problem. And every problem that the European has came or created to fix the race problem has only worsened it. And it's the same problem that you had in 1865, the same problem you have in 2015, the race. And we talking about that powder keg. That powder keg, that was his legacy right there. It's still, that powder keg still finna blow. I'm telling you. But them focusing on queens, like the brother was just saying, it's gonna be one queen, like you were saying, that's gonna say, fuck it. I'm telling my babies what it is. Get them, baby. Get them. Yep. You seen what happened? You seen what happened in that video where that police tried to snatch that sister out, and her son came out the car like, no, nigga, get off my mama.
For real.
That cracker shot that car up, but had it been a gun in the car, he would have shot. He wouldn't even argue with nigga. You put your hands on my mama. Death. Oh yeah, you can search me. And as soon as boom, it's coming though. It's coming. It's coming. It's gonna be that powder cake. It's gonna be something that they Least suspect. Least suspect. Maybe an elder, maybe a young child. But it's gonna be that one where everybody gonna say, "What the fuck? Nah, 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 mm-mm." And we don't want it. We don't want no T-shirts. We ain't finna say hands up, don't shoot. We just gonna start busting back. That's when you gonna see niggas. That's when you gonna see niggas not even on Facebook. Niggas ain't. What's going on, Tom? What do you mean? The Negroes aren't on Facebook. Them niggas in the streets putting it down. Everybody gonna be away, offline.
You talking about a beautiful day right there, man.
Hey, you ain't even gonna wanna hang out because you gonna know where niggas already at. That nigga there, you know what I'm saying? He stringing a cracker up somewhere, you know what I mean?
Man.
And I've been watching shit on the news. They've been talking about these hacks and shit. That's why they stepping up security. And I'm like, nah, man. Since '96, hey, Runo, I'm talking about the hackers been all bought up by government. If they having these type of anomalies, that's Amun-Ra, man. I heard solar flares cause electromagnetic pulses. And that's going to be the loop right there. That's what we need because this technology keeping them in power. If we got nature on our side, we need imagine Amun-Ra gave us a 72-hour blackout. What if Amun-Ra made it so humid that the gunpowder don't even spark? Woo! Now they got to use Sword and Shield. See what I'm talking about? I'm praying for shit like that, nigga. I'm hoping.
You know, in them kind of situations, they ain't got no chance. No fucking chance.
The rover is dead. What do you mean? The walkie-talkie's dead. There's something wrong with the gunpowder, my nigga. It's too the air is too sticky or something. The room, no spark. So what are we gonna do? Sword and spears? It's a wrap. 72 hours? Like Seti said, you take 2,000 niggas. Each city and let them niggas run rampant. You know what 2,000 niggas in the city can do?
Man. Niggas don't think they got no power. Shit. It don't even take that many. Shit, if you in different places, if you in different places, shit, you can pop that shit up for a few motherfuckers.
Look at that Nigerian, so-called Nigerian terrorist group, Boko Haram. Them motherfuckers putting in more work than motherfucker. I don't know what they're fighting for. They ain't gonna tell us. But the notoriety that they're getting, the effectiveness that they're getting, they more cracker than Al Qaeda. You see what I'm saying?
For real.
And them about 2,000 niggas. I'm not gonna. And Al Qaeda got more. But what I'm saying, because Al Qaeda been around long, more niggas.
I see the pictures of them niggas, boy, training in the street. I said, oh, them niggas ready, nigga. Them niggas had to. Boy, I said, they look like they was out there and goddamn me about to do damage. Shit.
Real talk. Do you know, no bureaucracy and no bullshit like that. Do you want to fight for us? Yes. Get a nigga AK. He is now a soldier. He only 11, so he know who the enemy is, and the enemy has no distinction between age. In fact, when you look at some European wars, they dark secrets. Well, they no secrets, but you look at they. In some cases, when they have certain enemies, they pride themselves on killing the women and children first to lower the morale of the men, in hopes that they'll give in. We fought battles in Egypt. Well, that's why I said Walter Williams right when he said that we if you look, we didn't patent in warfare. He said, find me one Egyptian weapon. And when we did go to war, it's a president. That's Ramses' campaign. Ramses' campaign. Because that's the only one you're going to find with the Pharaoh and the chariot. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. You
might see Neymar in symbolic form or something like that, smiting the enemy. But it's not like when you look at so-called Akkadian artifacts and shit, they war-orientated, big battles and shit like that. Not in Egypt. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, you know, in the times that it came to war, like I remember, I remember the specific battle, but we deified cats, right? Best. Enemies found out about this shit and were killing thousands of motherfucking cats and shit. Do you know we threw in the right flag on that battle?
You don't remember the name of it?
I don't remember the name of it, but the time period has to be young. It's early because the way I contextualize it is that this is why, you know, this is when we started first getting into warfare, and we had to learn that, hey man, you know, we're gonna have to tighten it up. What do you mean? We lost that war because they found out some of our sacred things and killed them in hopes to lower our morale. So now we're gonna have to, you know, we're gonna allow it to happen again. You know what I'm saying? So that's proof right there that we ain't been no warlike society. Europeans always have. That's why they call them city-states. Because they weren't civilizations. They weren't unified. Never unified. When you look at Greeks, the Spartans and Greece were two different city-states. They supposed to have came together when the Persians got there, but the Persians is the Iranians. Persia in the Bible. So that's why I say the Persians didn't exist. Neither the motherfuckers in the Bible. That's the first name in history for Persia. You go look up Persia? Well, where Persia? Who the first person to mention Persia? That's just in the Bible.
Brother Mikhail, let me ask you something along those lines. Dr. Walter Williams states that prior to 332 BC, our ancestors did not intermingle, cohabitate with the enemy, with the cracker beasts. However, I know you have read and you have heard other people state that some say from the times of Ramses II, some say, you know, they put a date on it, around 1300 BC, that there are supposed to be remnants showing that our ancestors mingled with the cracker beasts and the Asian cracker beasts, so on and so forth. What is your position on this? Are you in agreement with Dr. Walter Williams?
I agree with Walter Williams. This is when the only reason they say it like that is to give them credit of existence. Meaning those Asiatics or those so-called European nations that existed, allegedly existed around the Egyptians did. Because you see the point I'm making? That's the only time they tie this shit in is to give the illusion that they really existed. Why? Because look at this so-called alleged Pharaoh, because there ain't no big breaks in the Pharaoh list and in the timeline. These motherfuckers been existing for a long time, so they can pick a random Pharaoh and just say, look, see, these Asiatics existed because these pharaohs were mixing with these people, or they'll say that the Hittites wrote. These Hittites and the Egyptians were doing in business, and there really was an invasion. Why? Well, artifacts show that there was the Hittites wrote a letter to the Pharaoh. Okay, but the Pharaoh never wrote back. Now, see the point I'm making? Real talk.
Yeah.
Fake ass Armana letters. That's what they call the Armana letters, something like that. Armana letters, and this is so cuneiform. Ain't no cuneiform in Egypt.
Oh shit! He said the Pharaoh ain't never write back.
He ain't never wrote back.
That nigga can understand that shit.
And then let's just say the niggas did write a letter, right? That's like me writing a letter to the president. The nigga ain't wrote me, that doesn't mean he gonna write you back, nigga. Who the fuck are you? McRaw, you just a little ant, nigga.
You might want to write a letter to the Claus, nigga. What you talking about? Nigga, you ain't gonna get no finance, nigga.
Real talk, though. So anybody be lying, man. But they have to use Egypt because we know that Egypt it's too much to hide. The Egyptians got a lot of material they left, man. They scarred this planet, man. Oh. You got to be to hide. You don't need a flood. You need a big body of water like they did in Nubia. But even eventually, that shit's gonna come unearthed. They know that. Sooner than what they think, because they did it to hide some shit. But to answer your question, Sister Camille, I agree. I'm wild because I can see the points he was making, because I analyzed what he was saying. I just I'm like, that is kind of and I'm just seeing these patterns. Like when you type in any of these so-called Greek motherfuckers who invented writing, who invented math, these niggas got a question mark when they were born and when they died. That nigga never existed, man. Let me see if I can. What's one of them Greek scholars? Let me see what do they say? Let me just see if. And I'm gonna put this in the Hangout so you can see what I'm talking about. Look, hold on.
Just to give a timeline on Ramses II, that's approximately 1279 to 1213 BCE.
Okay, I'm trying to. Okay. I can't pull it up because I can't cut and paste on this phone, the little article. But I'm just gonna cite my work. Okay, you buy a computer, Sister Camille?
Say that again, King.
You buy a computer? You got a computer right there by you?
Yeah, King.
Okay. We're gonna prove what Walter Williams said. Walter Williams said that the Greeks didn't have any writing before they came into Egypt at 323 BC, right? And if they did, they would have to produce an alphabet, and the Egyptians gave them an alphabet, right? Pythagoras is said to be who lived in the 500 BCs. That's 300 years. What about 200 years? 250 years. 150 years. And was one of the first Greek mathematical thinkers. He spent most of his life in Greek colonies in Sicily and southern Italy.
Listen to this shit. He lived. No. He had a group of followers like the later disciples of Jesus. Let me read that again. How the fuck did they jump from Pythagoras to Jesus? Listen, Pythagoras lived in the 500 BC and was one of the first Greek mathematical thinkers. He spent most of his life in Greek colonies in Sicily. I didn't know Greek had colonies in Sicily. Did you? He's talking about Minoan. He's talking about the Minoan. What's the other one called? Yeah, Minoan. Well, I'm gonna keep going. And southern Italy. He's a Greek that spent most of his time in Italy. That's basically what they're saying. In Sicily. Ain't niggas in Sicily? Okay. He had a group of followers like the latter disciples of Jesus who followed him around and taught other people what he had taught them. The Pythagoreans were known for their pure lives. They didn't eat beans, for example, because they thought beans were not pure enough. They wore long hair and wore simple clothing. Now they're going to go and talk to blase. The question Mikra is asking, they're going to go to, when was Pythagoras born? Now they credit him with being the motherfucker of math. It's Pythagoras for math, and somebody else for philosophy, astrology. But all these motherfuckers got no birthdays. Socrates, that's the motherfucker I'm looking for. Socrates. Let me click on Socrates. Aristotle. Look when these niggas was born. Socrates was born, Sister Camille, in 469 BC. And they got a statue of his head. Can't be in the time in which it was made because the Greeks didn't know They didn't know sculpting at that time. They didn't know. If they were sculpting, they were writing. And they weren't writing until they got to Egypt. And they got to Egypt in 323 BC. I'm looking. They don't even, most motherfuckers in history, they give you off the wham. They must be updating shit. History for kids. They don't give a damn. They're teaching our babies about these crackers and they ain't even giving them no dates. And I know if I go somewhere else, I know 469 Socrates. That's, wow. When Socrates born? (470 BC). See, 469 BC. What's 460? They say he died in 469 to 399 BC. Now, all I gotta do is type in. I'm gonna be easy too. 400 BC Greek writing. And go right to Google Images. I want to see some writing in 400 BC.
Wow.
Images. Ah. You know I pulled up, Sister Camille?
What's that, King?
The Bible.
Oh, shit.
Woo! because I'm seeing papyrus. Yeah, this is crazy. We're going to, let me see here. No. They pulled up the Rosetta Stone. But that's found in Egypt. Well, that's not in Greece. That's not in, it's, let's see. Yeah, this is crazy. Then they pulling up, yeah. Let me put this shit in there, man. All right, there you go.
How's everyone doing?
Doing fine, buddy. How are you?
Oh, man, doing pretty good. I'm just here to hang out and have a good time. I actually came up with a cool idea. I've got this show. What I do is I actually call other shows from my talk show episodes, my call series, and then I basically critique while the talk show is going on live. So your show is on my show, and I basically critique and have chat open, and also, I can put my hand up in your room and basically make comments or whatever, and then I'll be basically jumping to, other phone calls that are happening live in talk show, and basically doing kind of a round robin. That's kind of the thing that I've been on about the last couple of days, because it's really fun to record a call where you jump from a couple different talk show calls, and then you have a whole chat room of people with you, following you as you go and around to these different talk shows. So that's what I'm doing right now. I got you on here, and this is I believe I'm reading from the internet website here. It's Feet on the Ground, and the call ID number is 129736. So what are you guys about?
Can you finish reading the description in our show, and you can just read it firsthand, please?
Sure.
First off, my apologies. Introductions are, not my thing. Can you give us your name, sir, and the show in which you're promoting?
Absolutely. My name is Donaldson, and the new call series that I just began, well, I've changed the name a couple times. It's called Correctness Church of Quantum Grammar. And the call series number is 138291. Yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and read your description here. You guys are a part of the category known as Society and Culture. The description is Afrikaan, first, second, and third talk radio. The spot where the information is rooted in fact. Oh, I love it. So no modification. It's good. And it says here, no hocus pocus, no mumbo jumbo. The part about modification, I actually added that. But it actually states that there's no hocus pocus and there's no mumbo jumbo. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. That's exactly what I look for when I hear, when I get onto a call. Earlier tonight, I got onto a call, I think it was Angela Stark. She had her call, My Private Audio.
No, hold on, sir. Hold on. Donald, you said Donald?
Well, you can call me Donald's son. I'm Donald's son.
Okay, Donald's son. Yes, sir. Could you give us a brief, you said that you like to critique other shows, but other than critiquing other shows, can you give us a description of the show that you run,
when you're not critiquing of the shows, and what's the format that you run it in, what's the theme and topics that you like to talk about, please?
Right. Well, this particular show that I'm doing right now is only about other shows. But the primary subject matter for general topic, of discussion on all my calls is it's usually based around a religious, spiritual combination of political dialogue, where I specialize in understanding grammar, English language, and also other languages as well, although I don't speak other languages. But I am of the faith where I believe that the people's laws are actually of a satanic nature. And I know it may sound a little startling to some, but I believe that the will of the people is not the same will as God, the Creator, and that through grammar and understanding how language works, we can basically operate in the world and not be of the world still. So the quantum grammar approach for me has been working because that's the thing I've been sticking to. And understanding how there's many different areas of research that back up this claim of syntax being extremely important when it comes to analyzing law and questions of law. And so what we do is we use language to trump the people's law, and we use religion to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. Even if it is a fraud, it would be a good idea, to give the people the actual right to govern themselves. And so that's pretty much what my show is about. But I mean, the topics actually vary because I allow a lot of the people that participate and that I go onto their call to just talk about whatever they want to, and I chime in, and I always try to tie it into quantum grammar.
Okay, so it'd be fair to say you have a fascination with linguists. Then you're a linguist.
That's one talent.
You said language, so I study anthropology, so I think language is important as well. That's good to hear your show. How did you come across our show?
I've been on TalkShoe for the last month or so, and I always see you in the live community call list, and so I see these calls in there all the time, and you're one of them. So congratulations on being included in the Live Community Now call list, because that's really what you got going on. You got a Live Now community call, and it's being broadcast to basically anyone that comes on to the community call page, and it's probably thousands of people, so you're in a pretty good position.
Thank
to
you,
catch
sir.
wreck. Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. Now, have you heard our political and social ideology on the show, sir?
I have not heard it because I haven't. When I called up, I think I may have caught you guys during a session of prayer, and I never got a chance to actually dialogue with anyone.
Okay, well, maybe you'll get a chance today. When we make the claim, or when we state the fact that we're African first, second, and third, no hocus pocus, we like to base our foundational talk on African history. Are you familiar with any African history, sir?
Not really. It's all hearsay. I have no knowledge, no first-hand knowledge. I can't say that.
No problem at all. But and because we have a thorough knowledge of African history, we've taken a strong position that we're older than the Bible. Us people who are of African descent, and to some extent, we can use it, or we don't have to use it. But it could be, and people who use it now are people often who just came, recently just came into the world, and that it's. Are you familiar with the history? I don't want to go up in a tangent. I don't want to start arguing. But you said you believe in the Bible, so are you familiar with the mythology of the Bible? We consider the Bible over here a myth.
Well, let me say this because this is going to be key to understanding how I see the Bible, and it says that it is absolutely a tool to manipulate mankind. But since it's being used by some powers that be, and in a lot of ways, Roman civil law and the canon laws from the ecclesiastical side of things, as far as the Catholic religion and the Vatican are concerned, those laws are having a huge impact on Western municipalities, and all of the private civil law stems from Roman civil law and the Vatican. And so when I think about that, and I think about the manipulation of man, I can totally get your point. You make a lot of sense. I know that that man was here before the Bible, and so when I reference it, it's only as a tool for betterment. It's not to be taken as the ultimate end all to our issues, and it's just one aspect of a possible solution. And when we talk about I normally like to talk about embracing what's around me, instead of resisting my emotions or my thoughts. I'll tend to embrace what's happening, and then maybe I can actually work with it. So with regard to that, I don't have any belief in the Bible as being a fact because I was never there, and secondly, I don't have information that can prove that any of that stuff is fact. But the only thing that I know for sure is fact is that words are acting as God in this world that we live in right now. And in John, it talked about the Word being God, and the Word was God, that kind of issue. And then, so I only use this terminology and refer back to the Bible, so that way, when I make my constitutional claim of exemption to the people's laws because of the pure satanic nature of them, then because ultimately the will of the people is the fulfillment of the will of Satan, according to the Bible. And since that's the moral high ground standpoint of all of these municipalities, or most of them, being under the Vatican,
I understand.
You understand? And then basically, so I'm just using. Yeah, you got me.
Basically, what you're saying is the storyline of the fables that you find in the Bible is not really the significance of its power. Basically, it's used as a moral fabric, and that moral fabric was used in defining the human rights of the Constitution. And by taking God out of the Constitution, it has to be satanic then, right? Because even if you don't believe in the stories of the Bible, for example, the morality of good and bad in the Constitution are based on morality. And if there's no morality, I understand what you're saying. So you define the devil. Can you go into detail about the devil? Because is there a God or is there a devil?
Well, I mentioned Satan. I mentioned Satan's will.
Okay, is Satan and the devil the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't want to play word games, but I only mentioned the Satan because, see, in the Bible it talks about Satan enticing Adam and Eve into trumping the will of God. And so ultimately the will of the people is the fulfillment of the will of Satan, because we're to become as gods according to the Bible. So even if I don't believe it, right, that's what's being used against the people. All those higher moral ground. So it's not I don't have a belief in Satan because I don't have any information, about that. All I know is that I see evil, in the world when I color it that way, because I'm a very powerful thinker. I can color my world whatever way I want to. So sure, I can see it as evil, but no, I don't believe in Satan as some sort of dominating being However, collectively, as life is fractured, and we can see it and we can feel that life is fractured from within. We're splitting ourselves in a sense. So yeah, I can see how in the split of things we're kind of pointing out, it's something else outside of us that's having an impact on us, when in fact it's really the larger part of ourselves that we've been forgetting about.
Okay.
I mean, did I throw you for a minute?
No. Now to get back into do you have to admit that the problems in the world right now, really can't be blamed on God and really can be blamed on men. Men are responsible for the state of this world. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, I would agree with that.
And these are a certain group of men. Would you have to agree with that?
Yes.
And these particular men just happen to be Anglo-Saxon of creed, Protestant, very ambitious wills, and come from a very, very shaky past. Would you have to agree with that as well, sir, right?
History would suggest.
I mean, I'm an African, I'm African and I'm African-centered, but you have, the problem with the world is not Africans. I mean, the problem with the world is really Caucasian social policies on the planet and how they choose to run this planet.
That's an interesting perspective. I think that there definitely is a small group, I won't say a minority, but a small group of men and women that, and mostly men probably, and who knows if it might actually be women at the top, but and there wouldn't be anything wrong with that necessarily. But yeah, definitely since the beginning of time, there have always been other men and women who have wanted to live happier or live happy, and they at someone else's expense, and just use of the intellect to keep everybody, at down by a small group of people is the example of, it's the same thing you would see in primal man's day when you have, one ape trying to take something from another ape using a bone he just discovered how to use as a weapon. That's just the use of the intellect to take over something that you want, or to make yourself thrive. So that's all we're seeing today is people with intellect and the worship of the intellect and basically the will of the people.
Yeah, I agree. Chimpanzees are very aggressive. I very much agree with you. And we just seem to be dealing with a more sophisticated chimp-type war going on. And
Yes.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be really the way to look at things is to go beyond the construct that's been created for us, right? Which is this racial grid work of different status and also status mostly, and that's what racism to me implies. It implies status, or race implies status, and it could be classified, or it can be colorable, But when people are coloring, when they use race and and they try to associate that with the color of your skin or my skin, to me that's just using the word race in a general sense. But in fact, the word race has more meaning with regard to status in society.
Right. I agree. I'm a college graduate, and that seems to be the fabric. That seems to be. Malcolm X said this. I don't know if you're familiar with Malcolm X, but he said that one of the problems in America in 1850s, and the same problem I'm saying now in 2015, is the so-called, or is the race problem. And like you said earlier, it really goes. It's skin tone derivative because we can see that it's visual, but
it's like you said earlier, it's more of a culture. You have to be taught, So I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's exactly why my approach, which is also other people's approach too, like I won't name any names right now, but it's quantum grammar, and and that idea is that if you have knowledge of how one word plays off of another word, and then you can pretty much go in and dissect that and make your claim, and prove it because of the way the system is set up. You can be in the world but not of the world simply by understanding how all the laws that they have developed, the people, right? They do this thing called copyright, I heard, right? They copyright their laws, and then if you go around quoting that, they can try to maybe like hold it against you, right, for using their laws. And this is just what I've heard. It doesn't make it fact. But if that's true, then what we can do is understand how one word plays off of another word, and the power that it assigns to the following or to the gets from the previous word. So that's the use of the intellect, again, to step up to the plate, as a living life form, and basically be the master of life, of your own life, of our own life. Shoot, because we're all in this together.
Right. Now, when does your show come on? You said Donaldson? Donaldson, yes. When does your show come on?
I'm Donaldson, that's correct. My show comes on right now at very random times, usually between the hours of like 7 p.m. This is West Coast time. 7 and then I'll go all the way up to like midnight or 1 in the morning. Like I'll go the whole 5 or 6 hours, man. And because I'm just jumping around from call to call.
Okay, yeah, man. Check back up with us, man, definitely. But question I have to ask you. We had a caller who called. We had a caller who called in who was in defense of evolution. Where do you stand on the position of evolution and creation, sir? Are you a creationist or evolutionist?
Well, I don't have any knowledge about the creation other than the fact that I'm here right now. But as far as evolution is concerned, that's obvious. Things, evolution, I guess it just depends on how you look at that word and how you define the word. Evolution, what's evolution? When you put E on the front of the word evolution, it takes away from the power of the word. Vol could have something to do with volume. So the changing of the volume of the physical experience, is inevitable. Life is conditional experience. So whether evolution is real or not, for me, is not a debate, because life is conditional. As far as the creation is concerned, that can't be argued either. But I hesitate to put a cap on the possibilities. That's it.
Right. I understand. Because really, we're talking parameters, and we want to see if we can measure these type of things. And those things are kind of, you have to be for the creation story. It's like, the two things handed to you by the same people who are telling you to make choices by yourself, but they're programming every choice you make. So it's really the same thing, So. But
exactly.
The possibility can be there. So I agree to some extent. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad that we actually agree on a few different points, because, it's hard. It's sometimes you find on TalkShoe that people are single track minded.
Right.
And I find you to be pretty open minded, just in my opinion. And I understand the need to feel people out when you get on the calls. Because TalkShoe is kind of like its own little world.
Right.
I just want to say, man, I respect whatever, what you're doing, when I say whatever you're doing, it's because I don't know the specifics of what your intent is. However, I know that everything has a purpose, and it's all a part of the bigger picture. It's all cosmic. It's not global. I was on a train earlier today, heading to work, and I saw this billboard sign that said, think globally. And I'm thinking to myself, well, that didn't help. I mean, thinking globally, okay, I get what you're saying. In a way, that's conditioning people to break free from the nationalistic view of things politically and socially, right? But what would happen if people went even beyond that, and started thinking cosmically? At that point in time, you would have, a huge awakening in across the planet, and we wouldn't have any of this mess that we have today as far as the de facto situation with the in fact establishments, but not the lawful ones. Because it's not lawful government. It's in fact. It's not lawful government. It's in fact. It's de facto. There's de jure government, and then you have de facto government. And what we have right now is a de facto money, which is basically based, it's in fact, but it's not actually based on anything now time. It's based on future revenues or future income, for lack of a better term. But so in the same way, we have this government, but they're basically subordinate. So they're de facto, and they pose as the primary, when in fact it's the men and women that are the people, that actually run the thing. But then now this is the whole twist of it all, is that they get everybody thinking that the people should be ruling the world. But that is the trick. See, the governing powers want people worshiping Satan of the Bible, whether it's true or not. It sucks, but that is what is happening. What do you think about that? Hello? Oh. I guess I got dropped. Okay, I'm on the call, and now I'm just going over to 129-736. I don't know what happened, but the call got dropped, and I have the call open right now. I must be on mute or something, unless their call ended. I don't know. It's very strange. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go ahead and end this call until I figure this out, because this is kind of weird. But anyways, I really like that call. I'm going to have to go and check back in with them again. The people were fantastic, man. They were very, very educated. They sounded extremely educated. Let's see. 129-736. Can you guys hear me okay? Oh no. 129-736. Anyone there? Shit. Fuck. Let's see, what's happening here? For some reason, they just 1, 2, 9, 7, 3, 6. All right, guys. Can you hear me okay? Oh, what is going on with this call? Well, basically, I am not recording this one. This is not on the record. This is not on my call. Shit. All right, I'm going to have to hang this up. All right, so obviously the Aircraft for Second and Third Talk Radio is having an issue with their sound because I am definitely on the air, and Feet on the Ground is on the air. Fog, Feet on the Ground. You all right? Yeah, Feet on the Ground. So, bigging up the Feet on the Ground crew, though, by the way. Feet on the Ground, they got some good things to say. I can't wait to actually hear what we got going on. Something must have happened, and I'm about to go and log now into the Mad Hatter's show. So you guys check it and end this call. I don't even know which one end. I just hope